And you're live.
All right, today is April 6th, 2021, and I'm going to call the regular city council meeting of the City Council of San Clemente to order. Madam Clerk, will you please take a roll call vote?
Councilmember Duncan,
Here.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Here.
Councilmember Noblock,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Here.
and Mayor Ward.
Present. Madam Clerk, do we have any comments public comments before we go into closed session?
No, we don't.
Move to
Council?
go into
Mayor, I've got
closed session.
a couple of oral disclosures we need to make before you go. Is that all right?
Oh, yes.
All right. Under item A, there's initiation of litigation. This has to do with the California Joint Powers and Insurance Authority's recent decision to determine that the city and Councilmember James are not entitled to defense and indemnity in Bieber versus James. That determination of non-coverage can be appealed through an administrative process, and so we need to seek council's direction on that. The second and third disclosures both have to do with, sorry, excuse me, I'll make sure I don't miss any of these. Item C, there's on tonight's agenda, decisions relating to the possible impoundment of Transportation Corridor Agency development impact fees and the city's possible withdrawal from that Joint Powers Authority. There is some exposure to litigation that could arise from those decisions. We need to brief you in closed session about those exposures. That's it on the additional disclosures that we need to make. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem James. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Duncan.
Okay, Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James. Did he leave? I don't see him.
We must have lost him.
Okay, Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Okay, that carries 4 to 0 with Mayor Pro Tem James absent.
Okay, so let's go into closed session.
Thanks.
I'm here.
Okay, I believe I'm seeing every council member. I do not see Councilmember Duncan.
Yeah, he's there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. All right, so I will call this meeting to order. Councilmember Duncan, would you like to give us the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure.
Lead us. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
And
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Councilmember Duncan,
Here.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Here.
Councilmember Noblock,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Here.
and Mayor Ward.
Here.
First item on the agenda is a toll road update. And we do have a comment, or at least one comment on this item.
Okay, I think we were going to make a motion.
Yes.
We have, go ahead.
Can we-
Councilmember.
Madam Mayor, if we could move all the 3 toll road related issues up front tonight to get them out of the way, and that would include.
Would that include 8B, which is
8B? Yes.
9F, G, and H, I believe. So it's actually 4 items.
Or yes.
Okay, so there's a motion to move those. I would second that until the council that we want to take these up first, but we want to be able to do the items C and D, the proclamations first, and get those done before we go into the toll road update. So Madam Clerk, will you take a vote on that? Moving those items?
Yes. Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Okay, so we could take the homeless update quickly.
Okay, we do have at least one comment on this item.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, first comment is from Donna Vadrine. Council, would it be possible to give an update on the progress with homelessness tonight under 1B, homelessness update? Thank you. Laura, would love to hear your thoughts and engagement with homeless issues and solutions in San Clemente. Donna Vadrine. The second comment is from Rick Leffler. Good evening, Council. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the recent actions of the Council and City Manager in regards to the installation of armrests on the benches located on Del Mar. A few weeks ago, the Council directed the Public Works Department to proceed on the bench project. There was a slight delay in the project, but when made aware of the issue, City Manager Sund acted quickly and ensured that the project was back on track. I know that some will say that the armrests will not solve any issues. While this is certainly true, I do not believe that the modification of the benches will have I do believe that the modification of the benches will have a positive impact on the downtown environment. The project also confirms the fact that the city is committed to continually addressing issues that affect the quality of life and safety in our community. Rick Leffler, San Clemente resident. That's all for public comments on that item.
I believe you're on mute, Mayor Ward.
Thank you. Mr. Sun, do we have any other update?
No, we do not, Mayor.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to move on to item C. And that is the 2020 Wall of Recognition honoree. I want to tell the council quickly, we do have a video to show, but I just want to make a comment of what the Wall of Recognition is. It's dedicated to those individuals who, through their contribution and selfless efforts, have made the city of San Clemente, our community, a better place to live, work, and play. These individuals have been selected by their fellow citizens as individuals who have gone the extra mile for San Clemente and their community. And this year, the 2020 Wall of Recognition goes to our honoree is Ed Stewart. And he is one of our contractors, but Mr. Stewart goes above and beyond and gives time and money, and he's worked on many projects for the city of San Clemente and for other good things in our city, such as Park Semper Fi. So Madam Clerk, would you please show the video?
Yes. Did you want the video shown before you take action to approve the selection of Ed Stewart, or after?
Let's go ahead and approve the selection. I think the council would like to do that. Do I have a motion to
So moved.
approve? Okay,
Second?
second by Councilmember Ferguson.
Okay. Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock, Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
And that carries 5-0.
Congratulations, Mr. Stewart. I'm excited to see this video.
Ed Stewart, having served as a longtime contractor to the city of San Clemente, has contributed so much more to the community than what the contracts have called for. He has been a valuable friend and servant to the city, the residents, and any group who needs help on or around San Clemente facilities. Ed Stewart has given thousands of donated hours of work and materials to help public facilities, including Park Semper Fi, Richard T. Steed Memorial Park, the Ridgeline Trail, and San Clemente Pier, and help coordinate volunteer projects for landscaping and beach cleanup through local churches and youth. Ed has donated his time and efforts to several organizations, including Peer Pride Foundation, Take a Vet Fishing Program, Steps Garden at San Clemente High School, Family Assistance Ministries, the SDHS and Sheriff's Advisory Council, as well as a local church group to teach welding and fabrication skills to youth. Ed gives back to the community thoughtfully, cheerfully, and with a keen eye to delivering what he promises. He has a big heart for San Clemente, and he has shown it through his service for many years.
Hi, I'm Jim Nielsen. I'm with Peer Pride, among several other organizations. I just wanted to congratulate Ed on this great honor. It probably should have come to you years ago for all you've done to our city and for our city. But on behalf of Peer Pride, I want to thank you for helping us with our enormous paint job a couple of years ago. Congratulations, Ed.
Ed Stewart has been an icon here in San Clemente for a number of years, and he has helped us out here at Park Semper Fi and helped the Marines out immensely. And just want to thank Ed for all he's done for the Marines. And several weeks ago, the Marines were back up in San Clemente on a community project, and they helped Ed on some of his projects this time, and they repaid Ed for some of the things that he's done. But Ed has been so terrific with the Marines here in San Clemente, and 2nd Battalion, 4th Marines, which is our adopted Marine Corps unit. So Ed, thank you. You're terrific.
Hello there, Ed Stewart. Eileen Kawas from Peer Pride here. All of your friends at Peer Pride just want to congratulate you on this wonderful honor. Nobody deserves it more. And thank you so much for keeping our pier so beautiful for future generations. Congratulations.
Thank you, staff, for that outstanding video. I would like to say that we're going to be sending Ed a certificate of recognition, but that the wall at the community center is going to have a plaque mounted with his name as the 2020 honoree, and that will be forever on that wall. So thank you, Ed, for all that you do for our city, and congratulations.
Okay, the next item is the proclamation for Donate Life Month.
Yes, and I have that. So council, every April is Donate Life Month, and it promotes everyone filling out the donor card when they renew their driver's license. And we were asked this year to do it directly through the DMV Donate Life. And that's what this proclamation is for. So I'll give that now. It's whereas tissue, marrow, and blood donations are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need. And whereas more than 108,000 individuals nationwide and almost 21,000 in California are currently on a national transplant waiting list. Whereas donation of tissue can save and heal the lives of more than 75 others. And whereas a single individual's donation can save up to 8 lives. Whereas organ donors saved more than 33,000 lives last year, and that is the most ever that has been saved. So this has been a great program. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Ward, the mayor of San Clemente, California, acting on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of the city of San Clemente, do hereby declare the month of April 2021 is DMV Donate Life Month. And by doing so, we encourage all residents of San Clemente to check yes when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID card at the DMV. It's a great thing. And if you remember, Dick Vale was our ambassador for many years, and he would come to the council meetings and ask for us to do this. He is also a transplant recipient, and it saved his life. And because of him, I actually became a donor when I renewed my driver's license. I had never done that. So we recognize this month as that and encourage everyone to become a donor. So Madam Clerk, what is the next item? Is it the toll road?
Yes.
Okay. So council, that is item 8B that we moved up first.
And this is a report from the Community Development Director concerning possible initiation of a general plan amendment for the removal of Los Patrones Parkway from the roadway system map. And we have at least one comment on this item.
Why don't you go ahead and give the comment, because I think Mayor Pro Tem James and I have an update on this item.
Okay, the comment is from Amanda Quintanilla, and she writes, Dear Council members, please vote yes for the removal of the Los Patrones Parkway from the master plan of arterial highways. On March 23rd, OCTA representatives informed me that funding for Measure M2 of Los Patrones Parkway would be heard at the Regional Planning and Highways Committee meeting on May 3rd. This means that this council has until that date as the deadline to research, consider this issue, and vote. Now we are at the voting stage. The Los Patrones Parkway is being fast-tracked, and it shouldn't be. If the city of San Clemente doesn't stop this, there will be long-term consequences. I also need to address this agenda item. Why does the city staff report include the next phases of the Los Patrones Parkway, since that is not on the agenda? What is on the agenda is the question of whether to rescind the Los Patrones Parkway and not to advance it. This is quite different than just rescinding support of the Los Patrones Parkway. Please rescind your support of the Los Patrones Parkway. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Amanda Quintanilla, and that's all that I have.
Okay, so this was, first of all, we want to give a toll road update. It does include these items, but we wanted to give an update of the status of the meetings that we had that occurred today. This is a statement that I would like to make. We are pleased to announce that this morning, Supervisor Lisa Bartlett convened a meeting that included representatives from the City of San Clemente, Orange County, the OCTA, Rancho Mission Viejo, and the TCA to begin comprehensive discussions about transportation infrastructure in South Orange County and the protection of open space in the City of San Clemente. We want to thank Supervisor Bartlett for convening this meeting and for welcoming all the stakeholders to join the discussion. Our goal at today's meeting was to begin a good faith process to ensure that no major thoroughfare will be built through San Clemente. Although just the first meeting, the Mayor Pro Tem and I believe that most parties in attendance acted in good faith, wanted a permanent resolution of the toll road issue. Over the next few weeks, we will continue these discussions with the hope of putting this chapter behind us. For now, the city will stay the course to make sure the interests of San Clemente are protected and to ensure that no major thoroughfare will be built through San Clemente. We commit to keeping the residents of San Clemente apprised of our progress. So that is the toll road update. On item 8B, I know Councilmember James requested this be agendized, but I would ask that it be continued. And I would ask Madam Clerk, if this is the correct thing to say, that it be continued to a date uncertain, that we just table this. I don't know if we have to table it or just, are we able to continue it?
I would say table if you don't have a date.
Okay.
So I would push back just a little bit, Madam Mayor, on that. I would say that I would like to bring it back on 20th of April if we could, to vote up and down on it at that particular point in time. I'm still absolutely against this, but I think the balance of council needs to kind of digest what is occurring between us and the TCA and the ranch at this point in time. And, so I would, rather than a date uncertain, I would ask for it to come back in 2 weeks. If that's okay with you.
Would you take a friendly amendment to make it the first meeting in May?
Absolutely.
Okay, instead of April 20th?
Yes.
Thank you. So we have a motion to continue this until the first meeting in May, which I believe is the 4th.
Yes.
Okay, 5th. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Noblock.
Okay. Councilmember Duncan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James.
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye.
That carries 5-0. The next item is item 9C, and that's, oh, wait a minute. Let's get it right.
Wait a minute. I've got it written down. Nine F, G, and H.
Yeah, 9F, that's report on the outcome of the toll road stakeholder meeting and discussion of next steps.
That's what I just gave for the
Just
toll road
did.
update. Yeah.
So then moving to 9G, it's initiation of action to protest and impound transportation corridor agencies development impact fees.
Okay. So council, what we have been talking about previously and for a while is starting to impound the fees, because TCA settled the green alignment that is their legislative route in November 10th of 2016. And we believe that there should be some proving or a nexus of whether these fees should continue to be paid. There's several items that are recommended actions if we take this action tonight. And one of them is number 2, initiating an amendment to our ordinance, our current city ordinance. And I would say that the amendment should be that we should rescind that ordinance at this time. I think it's in keeping with what we've been doing in this action and our positions on the current effort. Does anyone have any comments or questions? Go ahead, Laura.
Thanks, Kathy. Regarding this development impact fees and withholding them, I know we addressed this last in December, just to look at the legal ramifications or have BBK do that. I'm very hesitant to do that for the legal implications for us in terms of litigation. Just knowing that state statute does require the city to collect these fees and turn them over to the TCA based on development. And we're built out as a city now, but as we know, there will be some in the future. That said, as an employee here, when people would be doing major remodels that triggered the fee, they would call the city, and I'd have to deliver the bad news and read the statute. I had it on my desk, and I would read them the statute that this requirement was, and we couldn't disallow this. We had to collect it as a city and turn that over. So I fear that. I don't want that litigation. And secondly, I don't see a groundswell of support, like from the community, from the ground up, demanding fees back. I mean, that's something I wanted to note, because like I live in Talega, I didn't pay the fee, but the developer, when they built the houses, did pay the fees, and then passed on to the people. But that said, the people weren't out of pocket. So maybe that's why we don't see the demand from the community. Like I live in Talega, as I noted, and there was a time I led a fair tax movement because we were being overtaxed with Melrose, and led that. So we had a groundswell support for doing that. So that said, secondly, I don't, as a city, want to take on that for risk of litigation. And then third, I just wanted to clarify something. I watched the toll road meeting, the special meeting that I missed. I wasn't able to attend, and I watched that. And I did note throughout there was a figure of 54 million in development impact fees being used. And then it's 46 million in this report. Could you clarify that, whoever's here tonight? I think that was city manager and city attorney who wrote this.
If I remember right, I presented the staff. It was a report from TCA. I think it was 54.8 million. Could be 6 million. 54.6.
I have the number right here. It's for Foothill Eastern, it is 48.9 million. And for San Joaquin, it's 5.7 million. So rounding up just a little bit, it's a total of $55 million.
Okay, and thank you both. We have 46 million in the report, but that's probably because it's just referring to the 241. But all right, well, that's all I have at the moment on this. I just feel it's too risky for us to be doing at this stage. Thank you.
Okay. So what's actually before us is authorizing the city attorney and the city manager to engage in a nexus study calculating the fair share of a reduction in San Clemente development impact fees that correspond to the reduction of the project infrastructure. I think that this goes to, we already have litigation that we are in on these development impact fees, and that this step supports our position in that. So I will go ahead and make a motion and see if we have a second. Authorizing the city attorney and interim city manager to engage under their contract the authority to do a nexus study calculating a fair share reduction in San Clemente development impact fees corresponding to the reduction in project infrastructure benefits to the city, and to bring back an appropriation if quotes received exceed the city manager's authority. Number two, initiate an amendment, which would be a rescission to San Clemente's TCA development impact fee ordinance. Number three, consider seeking a judicial decree finding the TCA in breach of the JPA agreement and authorizing a reduction in San Clemente's TCA development impact fees. Number four, consider escrowing all or a portion of the development impact fees until the court rules on the validity of the current fees.
Second.
I don't know, Scott, should we, number four, should we wait for you to come back on that? Or should we just say our intent to escrow the fees at this time? What would you recommend?
I like the latter if that's the council's preference.
Okay, so I think modifying number four to wait on what the nexus study shows, and when they come back to us, we will consider escrowing those fees at that time.
My second stands with that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Madam Clerk.
Okay, yes. Council-
Under discussion of the motion.
Yes, go ahead, Steve.
I have a question actually of our city attorney. The motion to rescind the ordinance kind of makes sense in as much as the toll road has said, the TCA has said they don't intend to put a toll road down here. That being the case, we shouldn't be paying development impact fees for a road that doesn't benefit any of our citizens. I completely agree with that concept. My concern is what Laura mentioned, and that is that she mentioned that the city statute currently requires the city to receive these fees and pay them to the TCA. Is that, are we going to be creating litigation on behalf of the city by rescinding this ordinance at this time?
Mayor and Council, if I could, I'm doing this off the cuff, but as best I remember, the statute, the Streets and Highways Code does not require that you collect that fee, but your commitment in the Joint Powers Agreement is to pass the ordinance and collect it. And so that's where the notice of breach comes in. The city's put TCA on notice that because the basis for the fee, i.e. the SR 241, is not going to continue with the benefit that originally provided, it's on that basis that the contract in our minds is deemed broken. And then you would follow on with the rescission of the fee ordinance once we're able to establish that the contract is broken by TCA. I think if I could, and follow up to that, timing's everything and how these things interrelate, and we appreciate the time to think that over. As we indicated, if the city council authorizes us to seek a judicial remedy for breach, that will take a little time, but we'll try to get interim relief on that. You're going to talk later about escrowing the fees. It'll take a couple of passes to repeal an ordinance, right? To change your fee ordinance, you need to introduce it, have second reading, and then wait 30 days for that to go into effect. What we would hope is that all these things could be coordinated so that we're in court, the ordinance takes effect, and we get a judicial decree about breach all at once, so that you're not at risk for not collecting the fee. We've gone into court and established that there's a breach on TCA's part that allows you to do that.
My concern then is that we put the TCA on notice, what, in 2016, was it that we,
no,
2018, that we
October
feel that
2020.
Okay, just in October 2020. So 6 months ago, we had written notification to TCA that they're in breach. I guess my concern is that we, by eliminating the ordinance, which we have a legal obligation to enforce, we are in effect breaching it. We've given them notice that we think they're in breach, but we've taken no action. By doing this, we're taking action, and but it's like getting the cart ahead of the horse. We should be filing an action that they're in breach, and then rescind the ordinance. We're kind of rescinding it, and they can look at us and say, "You have an obligation. You're now in breach." I guess it's a sequential. I don't have a problem with the concept. I'm just concerned about the sequentiality.
Yeah. You're right, Councilman. It's sort of a question about whether we're seeking to be plaintiffs or expecting to be defendants, and that's kind of what we can't predict here.
So we do this, then we could be the defendant. They could sue us for breach as opposed to our action being filed first.
Right, but our goal would be to go ahead and file that. Our recommendation is to get that judicial decree before you take these other steps, but that's up to council.
The other steps being the
Repeal,
escrowing and then withholding them.
Right. So we're not asking for that tonight. That's not in the motion. Just the study of calculating the fair share and actually rescinding our ordinance, because that is what we have, that's our promise to collect them. Right. Okay.
Mayor Ward?
Yes, go ahead.
I'd just like to remind everyone, the TCA had every opportunity to do the right thing here and should have done it years ago. As soon as they decided not to complete the green alignment, they should have affirmatively reduced the development impact fees that they demanded from San Clemente, because they knew that they weren't going to be used for that route. They could have ramped them up if there eventually was a route, which there isn't, and as far as I'm concerned, never will be. So, they're not going to give us a break on this. We need to put our best foot forward. We need to take affirmative measures. We give them every opportunity, again, to mitigate these costs, and they have decided to collect and keep all of the money that they're not due. So, I'm going to go ahead and support this because we've tried all other options, and this is the only one to protect us, to make sure that development in our city is not unduly burdened by these fees, which are not warranted in this case. So, it's not with a great amount of satisfaction that we step into another litigation position, but this is what we have to do. So I'm going to support the staff recommendation and your motion.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I move for the vote.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Yes. Councilmember Duncan?
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson?
No.
Councilmember Noblock?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James?
Aye.
And Mayor Ward?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay.
The next item is item H. This is information regarding process to formally withdraw from the Transportation Corridor Agency's joint exercise of powers agreements.
So, Mr. Smith, would you like to just give an overview or just have us discuss this?
Madam Mayor, could I add a couple of things to what's on the staff recommendation?
Yes.
For our discussion, so in addition to what's in the staff recommendation, I would recommend that we approve, we'd ask the TCA to approve a waiver of the 120-day advance notice for San Clemente's withdrawal from the TCA. And secondly, confirm with the TCA that the TCA has no financial commitment secured by the city's collection, by the San Clemente collection of TCA fees.
Thank you, Mr. James. I think that's a good addition to do this. Just for discussion, I would just like to open it up. Steve, we've been talking about this for a while. I feel like we've run it to ground. The issue of a toll road, is it needed? No. Everyone's study, ours and TCA, showed that the toll road is not necessary, but they are not changing their procedures and what they do. And so for San Clemente, I think the question is whether we stay in, and if we do stay in, it's pretty much agreeing that there's still more to be done, and that we're a willing participant in their decisions. And I think that what has happened in the last 7 years, certainly, we have been not a willing participant in what has happened, and we need to decide whether we want to continue this. I believe Councilmember James, in a comment to the paper, said, "Do we still stay with lunacy and offer up our city to the toll road and all of our right-of-way as a member city to them, to if they ever should mount another effort to construct a toll road." I'm encouraged by the meetings that we're having right now and trying to find a local solution, but those are independent and do not require our city to be still a member of this JPA. I think this JPA has gone off their mission quite a lot of years now, and have wasted a lot of money that is public funds to do something that we found can't be done and shouldn't be done. And so, I support it. I'm not concerned not having a seat at the table because I feel like San Clemente just doesn't have one. And it's been set up that way, not by us at all, but set up by the board. And I think there's no going back on that. I think we just will not have a seat at the table. And our open space will always be in their eye, you know, of what they would like to do, just by virtue that we kept it open. And we know we did it for quality of life, but we also did it because we have a lot of issues with soils and structure, and our housing tracts in the ranch area are built the way they are because it was the only way to add those tracks to our area, and we needed the open space. We needed to keep our slopes the way they are because they are unstable. So I feel good about this. I feel like San Clemente has really stayed the course in the last 7 years, and it's time for someone to say that this is over. And it's not to force them to do anything. If those cities want to still stay in and pay development impact fees and still meet and get paid for all those meetings, that's one thing. But I just don't think it does anything to the city of San Clemente. And I think what we've done in the last 6 years, where we have entered into cooperative agreements with the county and Rancho Mission Viejo, we've been able to go from opposing the Oso Bridge to being for it and putting it in a cooperative agreement that we agreed that it should be built, but it was with the condition that Los Patrones Parkway was being accepted as a free arterial. And I would like to give a shout out to our city attorney who helped write that cooperative agreement. And it's just by sheer determination that he's been able to shepherd in good planning processes. And we've done that not as a member of this JPA, but just as a good city neighbor, being a good neighbor to all the other cities within our region. And we have certainly, I think, shown that the city of San Clemente is positive towards helping with mobility for South Orange County. We're just not for toll roads and major thoroughfares that don't need to be built, and certainly have been shown that they don't need to be built. So I'm going to be for this. I just wanted to give some background of why we would leave this JPA. I think it's timely to do so now. I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem's request that we ask TCA, and I could do that tomorrow if it's in here, to waive the 120-day requirement. It turns out that we would have had to meet that requirement, we would have had to give them notice in early March. And so we've just barely missed that ability to do that. And so we would ask TCA to waive that requirement and take our request now. But also I think it's prudent to ask them to confirm if we have any financial commitment secured by the city's collection of TCA fees, that if TCA has, whether there's a financial commitment or not. I think it's a good thing to ask at this point. I think it's a valid question that we need to do. Does any other council member have any other comments?
I can make a motion.
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem James, but we do have one comment.
Okay, can you just, so we're not deliberating yet. We're just making comments. Councilmember Ferguson, do you want to wait for that public comment, or would you like to speak now?
I'd like to, thank you. I'd like to hear the comment.
All right, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Okay, the comment is from Michelle Schumacher, and she writes, "Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I fully support exiting the TCA Toll Roads JPA agreement. It is clear they have the idea it is okay to hold a future toll road or highway between our neighborhoods, taking homes and businesses and wiping out our open space forever. Many senators and assembly members have called for an audit and a federal investigation of the Transportation Corridor Agency. I hope the city will continue to protect our city as San Clemente taxpayers that have received no benefit from the toll road's empty promises and broken trust. I urge every resident to log their support for Honorable Pat Bates, SB 759 and SB 761, which will protect our city from this special interest disaster known as the TCA toll roads. One bill stops the 241 at OSA, which is desperately needed given this dishonesty. The portal is easy to use and the only way your business or organization voice will be heard in Sacramento. Thank you to our council for protecting our quality of life. Interesting that the TPA pays to be on Southern California is Association of Governments Regional Policy Board, which just mandated 1.3 million new homes to be built in Orange County. Pretty self-serving considering the development impact fees the TCA stands to collect. It is not right that SCAG and TCA staff, while unelected, are making policies for the state that have dramatic and damaging impacts. Shame on the mismanagement at the TCA and doubling the debt owed. We will have paid 5 times for the toll roads if they ever pay down the bonds. And that's all I have. Mayor Ward.
Unmute. Councilmember Ferguson.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I agree with some of the comments from the commenter tonight. I just wanted to clarify Senator Bates' bills are 760 and 761 that she had proposed and the city supported. But yes, regarding the withdrawal from the TCA, I can't be supportive of it. I'm just very concerned about the length of time left in terms of paying down the bonds at the TCA till like 2053, I believe. So 5 more decades without having any involvement. And as I think it was Councilmember Knobloch indicated, having earlier on another item, having a seat at the table, we need a voice. Without a voice, we're silenced, and we have a lot of open space. I know we've taken great strides to create easements, and that's very positive. However, we need to continue to be part of the TCA board to be able to monitor that, protect our community, open space, businesses, and the residences. So I personally can't feel comfortable leaving the agency for those particular reasons. Thanks.
Mayor Ward. So we don't have a voice there. Although we have contributed $55 million since the inception of the TCA, a city like Rancho Santa Margarita has contributed 1.4 million. The board chairs of the TCA prevent Mayor Ward or I from sitting on a committee. The grand jury last year reported that really the TCA board doesn't make decisions. Decisions are made in committee. So consequently, we're treated as second-class citizens on the TCA board. And what we end up with is votes of 20-2. Or when we're voting in the individual on the individual boards, we are confronted with votes of 11-1. We don't sit on committees. We're not allowed to sit on committees. As I said, Rancho Santa Margarita, who has contributed 1/36 of what this city has contributed, sits on five boards, and they're probably the biggest antagonists of this city. So I reject any notion that we have a seat at the table. We only have a seat at the table as it looks on the organizational chart. I enthusiastically think that withdrawing from the TCA, beginning that process tonight, is a great thing for this city. And their debt, yes, they pushed their debt out further and further and further and further. And let's not be part of that. So that's my say. Whenever there's no other comments, I'll be prepared to make a motion with the additional comments that I have.
like your comments, Mayor Pro Tem James. If I may, I just have a follow-up comment to make. You know, it was December 2019, and at that time, Dan Bain and I had served as the representatives for San Clemente, and we did have a meeting with a couple of the members on the board, Dan Bain and I, and discussed moving, trying to see if San Clemente would be supportive and relieve a lot of the anxiety from all these very destructive alternatives that were being explored. And that's when, we discussed that, LPPE as an alternative to be a free alternative under the county would be something that we could support. So I don't know if not being on the TCA board, if we would ever have been even contacted for anything, if that would even been possible. It's hard to know that now, but being on the board certainly encourage them to want to have all of the negativity for them go away, because this community rallied for many years, and I think it was a really good outcome. But I'd like to make sure that we're part of that going forward in case there's this threat that comes again, and that's my concern. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm not seeing any other comments. Okay, Councilmember Noblock, go ahead.
Yeah, I understand the need to do this. I don't think serving on the TCA board has been a useless endeavor. I think the objections that even though you're in the minority and get sidetracked and don't get committee assignments and are voted against, I think our presence has been beneficial in protecting the city from the toll road. I just want to say, when we withdraw from the TCA, if and when we do that, the TCA still has the power to do condemnations through our town. So we need to be diligent in making sure that never happens. I'm a little concerned that by not being around, not being on the board, not hearing what's going on, we could be T-boned and broadsided sometime in the future. I think with Los Patrones being a free county road and not a toll road, I think, in my opinion, that's pretty much kills the toll road. They still have the power to move forward. So I like having a seat at the table. Since I've been on the council, the mantra of having a seat at the table and being heard and being acknowledged has been a rallying cry. So I'm a little surprised at this point we're backing off completely. But it's totally consistent with the fact that we won't have a toll road. We won't have to pay development impact fees. And by not being part of that toll road, they can't extract that from our homeowners and from folks that are developing in town. That's all positive. So I share Laura's concern about not having it. It's like having a lion in the cage, and you don't control the cage, but you do control a little bit about what that lion does. And I'm afraid of it someday getting loose. So it's a tough call, but I think from politically speaking, with the negotiations that are currently going on, I hope that these actions don't have a negative effect and quell the progress that you appear to be making with the stakeholder meeting. So I can generally be supportive of the motion, but I have grave concerns about the future, being this entity acting without our knowledge or our involvement. That concerns me a lot. But quite frankly, I'm tipping toward realizing that the TCA has acknowledged they're not going to build a toll road through our town. And I can live with that. And I hope that this effort goes a long way in wrapping up the litigation that we have that's been extremely expensive for this town. And hopefully we can wrap up that litigation, get BBK's contingency fees taken care of, and get out of the litigation and move on with other priorities in our city. So there's a lot of gamesmanship going on, which isn't necessarily a negative thing. So I want to commend Jean and Kathy with the work that you have done, and Laura and Dan Bain before, and hopefully we can put this issue to bed once and for all. So I can support the motion.
Okay. I appreciate that. You know,
I don't think Chris
agree
has
with you.
spoken.
I don't see that he's got his hand up to speak yet. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, I'll just say quickly, agree with Steve's points in large part. I don't know that I'm ready to make the call tonight, but at least if the motion is towards a staff recommendation, it shows that we're making the preliminary steps. We're doing our due diligence. We're preparing for possibly withdrawing, and at a later date, we have some time to potentially do that, assuming we have to wait till March of 2022. I think that also gives time to see how Pat Bates' bills turn out too, because that may be sort of a superseding event and may affect what choice we make. So I kind of like the idea of starting the process. I don't know that I'm fully there yet, but as the motion is written, I can support it, or as the recommendation is written, at least.
Right. So Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to clarify the recommendations, because you had some additions? I have some language if you need it added.
Yeah, so my language may create concern for Chris, so I want to read it again, Chris. So part of the language is we would ask whether it's the city attorney or whether it's the mayor, we would ask for the TCA to approve a waiver of their 120-day advance notice. So we would go out, we're requesting to go out on July 1 of this year rather than July 1 of next year. That will only be a request of the waiver. And the second component, I don't think you'll have a problem with, is we would confirm with the TCA that the TCA has no financial commitment secured by our city's developmental impact fees.
By the collection of our development impact fees.
Selection of,
Right.
yes, thank you.
Okay. So
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it, because you're just asking if they will waive it. We would still have to make ultimately the decision. Do we want to withdraw if we have that opportunity? So
Yes.
I'm still okay with that.
right. So the recommendation is to order a review of the financial issues detailed above regarding any TCA debt or obligation secured by the city's participation in the TCAs. And ask that notices of withdrawal be presented to the city council for consideration following conclusion of that review and prior to March 2nd of 2022. But with the addition that Mayor Pro Tem said that we are going to ask for that to be waived at this time. And I can do that tomorrow.
Was that a motion?
No,
Second.
I think you made the motion.
You gotta make me, okay, so my motion is order a review of the financial issues detailed in the administrative report dated April the 6th, 2021, regarding any TCA debt or obligations secured by the city's participation in the TCA, and ask that notices of withdrawal be presented to the council for consideration following conclusion of the review of financial issues prior to March 2nd, 2022.
With the addition of a request tomorrow to ask the TCA to take up at their meeting on Thursday, whether
Exactly.
they will entertain a waiver of the 120-day requirement.
Is that a request from the city attorney or the mayor?
Well, Mayor and Council, if I could, I think if TCA grants that waiver, then the way I would read your motion, Mayor Pro Tem James, is that the March 2nd, 2022 date would be accelerated.
Exactly.
If we waive notice for this year. Is that, I thought that was the gist of it.
Yep, that's it.
Well, it says prior to March 2nd, so it would still fit.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
We left some room in there
thank you,
for
Councilman.
that, Scott. Okay, and then the last part, confirming that the TCA has no financial commitment secured by the city's collection of TCA's fees. You know, we need that clarified. Okay, so there's a motion. I will second that motion.
Okay. Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
No,
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Okay. Thank you. Is that the last item on the toll road? Is there more?
No, that was the end of it.
Okay. Thank you, council. We
We
wanted to
still
get
have
that
one
out of the
public
way.
comment.
Go ahead, Laura.
This is just under item 1A. Karen Leffler. At the March 23rd special council meeting, 4 of our council members discussed the options to continue the fight against any potential toll road, placing those items on tonight's agenda. The video presented to include both Mayor Ward and Pro Tem Jean James made a compelling case for why the threat continues to exist. Mayor Pro Tem Jean James emphasized this as per his comments, quote, "We must move away from the TCA's imposed drama and angst," end quote. Laura Ferguson failed to attend this important meeting. Her voice was not on record. Tony Beal, a vocal member of the TCA and mayor to a neighboring city, wants our council to trust him. He continues to school the residents of San Clemente to have no fear. As quoted in the SC Times, "We're done, period," while at the same time criticizing State Senator Pat Bates for proposing important legislation to protect our open space. The TCA's continued stance is, quote, "Well, you never know," end quote, and "Let's leave our options open," end quote. Beal has already demonstrated this flip-flop behavior. Similarly, Councilmember Laura Ferguson recently proclaimed, quote, "We are in the clear, we won the battle," end quote, when referring to the threat of a toll road, declaring victory when the consensus of our then council, 4 members to be exact, all saw this as a looming threat still hanging over our heads. There is no victory when outnumbered by the TCA. There will be no victory unless there is a 5-0 vote with regards to all 3 items placed on the agenda. Every tool in the toolbox presented tonight should have the full council support. The strong arm tactics of the TCA and that of the Tony Beals of this world, to include those who align with them, should be exposed. The TCA needs to pay their debt and close shop for good. Only then can Laura Ferguson claim her victory. And that's all for public comments.
Okay, thank you. So Madam Clerk, what is the next item?
Next item is oral communications, and we do have some comments.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
First comment is from Amanda Quintanilla. Dear council members, I've supported Senator Bates' bills in the past. However, Senator Bates' bill SB 761 includes an exception which causes a major concern to the safety and well-being of our residents. Section B includes that, quote, "This section does not apply to State Route 5 and lands immediately adjacent to State Route 5 or the extension of the Los Patrones Parkway as an untolled county arterial highway," end quote. This leaves our city exposed to having the expansion of the I-5, adding 4 additional lanes on the I-5. It also does not protect lands next to the I-5. It also does not protect the city of San Clemente from the Los Patrones Parkway from advancing it all the way to the I-5. The Los Patrones Parkway is not the lesser of the 2 evils. These are all aspects of Route 14, and the city should do everything to protect our city from this devastation. If Section B is removed from Senator Bates' SB 761, that would help with protecting our city. The TCA knows that there is a carve out for SB 761, and they know that it will not protect San Clemente. I hope that our city council members realize the significance of this loophole in the Senate bill and how it could be very harmful to business, parks, schools, churches, and homes. I hope that the city of San Clemente reaches out to Senator Bates to remove Section B. Thank you for your time. Next comment is from Gregory Trojan. I find it hard to believe that given the health crisis brought up by the pandemic and the simultaneous resumption of train horns blasting residents out of their sleep, and the status of the renewal of the quiet zone status is not on your agenda and being addressed at every meeting. This is a public health emergency and apparently being ignored by you all. Next comment is from Nikki Rathman. Hello, I'm a local business owner with a shop on Avenida Del Mar. I'm so pleased to see an increase of visitors downtown. With the increase of people shopping and dining downtown, we are faced with an increased parking challenge due to the outdoor dining decks. Here are a few ideas that could help. 1, start the trolley service extra early this year. April 9th would be great. 2, expand the trolley route to include South San Clemente. That is where the majority of our hotels and motels are located. Not to mention local residents live there too. Move the art fair and farmers markets to the community center lawn so the community center parking lot is 100% available for parking. 3, put up temporary wayfinding signs directing out-of-town visitors to parking lots on Cabrillo and Granada. 4, require the restaurants that have outdoor dining decks to post information about their off Del Mar parking on their websites, Yelp listing, OpenTable, and social media pages. This will help out-of-town guests know that there is parking available off of Del Mar. 5, additional lot leases with businesses that don't use their lots in the evening and on weekends. Install wayfinding signage to let people know they can park in these areas at the appropriate times. 6, publicity campaign for the SC rides with the Lyft program. And 7, publicity campaign for bike rack locations. Thank you, Mickey Ralphman. Mickey's on Del Mar.
The next comment is from Lisa Adoni. Dear Mayor Ward and esteemed City Council, it has come to my attention that Sacramento has 8 or more bills aimed at limiting local control of housing issues, ranging from overturning Measure V to creating a homeless czar. All of these options will have disastrous impacts on our Spanish Village by the Sea, San Clemente. 1,100 low-income housing units will damage our city irreparably and drastically negatively impact us forever. The new Planning Commission appointed in June should address this important matter. This is a potential disaster of epic proportions. I live very close to the existing low-income housing at the end of Pico, and it is a ceaseless source of fights, police calls, ambulance calls, and assaults. These units are often resided in by multiple family members and a simmering hotbed of conflict and tension. Residents of San Clemente have worked too long and too hard to live here. We don't want to see San Clemente turn into a hellhole like San Francisco, Los Angeles, and Oakland. I and many concerned San Clemente residents appreciate your attention to this urgent matter. We look for you to defend the safety of our community so we may remain a safe, secure city for our loved ones and families. Sincerely, Lisa Adoni. The next comment is from SC Cares. Dear City Council members, the residents of San Clemente are shocked to find that there are now 6 more lawsuits coming our way. These, as well as the others that have already been settled or are in process, are costing us our hard-earned money. We elected you to run our city, and you are failing. I challenge you to show me another year that the city has had this many lawsuits happen. You have had ample time and information from employees, the business community, and the previous lawsuits, and claims to know how poorly the city is being run. It is well past time that the City Council should have replaced the ineffective and mismanaging lack of leadership you are currently calling a city manager and city attorney. These lawsuits are a direct result of their poor management, and we taxpayers are having to pay the bill while you continue to employ them. Their performance, or lack of performance as it were, is the City Council's responsibility. We paid for a recruitment process over a year ago to get new leadership in. Where is the result? Please do not tell us that the recruitment was in vain and we have wasted that money. It would not surprise me that none of the candidates who applied a year ago are still available, and that would be gross negligence on your part. I am sure that recruitment process was not inexpensive. We hope this is an incorrect assessment of the recruitment of a new city manager and replacement of the city attorney. But it has been a year and we have seen nothing. Please make the announcement that you have hired a qualified and ethical new city manager and city attorney. Stop the petty infighting and run our city with the excellence it deserves. The next comment is from Eric Ward, Mayor Ward and the City Council. In 2015, San Clemente installed a pedestrian warning system and was given a 5-year waiver to avoid the 112 decibel train horns from sounding hundreds of times daily along the beach. In November 2020, an inspection by the Federal Railroad Administration showed that signage, swing gates, and fencing was in poor condition, and the warning horn was below the minimum requirement and canceled the waiver. The train horns have been sounding for the past 4 months. The railroad has now approved the equipment and the quiet zone will begin on April 26th. Is there anyone on the city staff who's responsible for the maintenance of the important city property to prevent this kind of problem? Keeping the equipment functioning keeps the San Clemente residents safe. What is the root cause for this to have occurred? And what is being done to ensure safety equipment is in place and functioning? This is a similar lack of maintenance that caused the Steel Beach Trail Bridge to need replacement at a cost of $4.6 million after 12 years. The city management should do an investigation of these events to prevent similar events from occurring. Regards, Eric Ward. Next comment is from David Wheatley. Dear San Clemente City Council, my name is David Wheatley. I live in the Silver Lake area of Los Angeles. I'm a volunteer with California Cities for Local Control interested in land use throughout the state. California Cities for Local Control is a volunteer organization founded by City of Torrance Council member Mike Griffith. I'm writing today to request that the City of San Clemente pass a resolution to protect San Clemente's ability to manage their own land use and zoning. Our group, California Cities for Local Control, now has more than 400 locally elected officials throughout the state supporting local control of land use. And 58 cities have passed resolutions in support of protecting local control of land use, and we would like to invite you to join us. The main questions as we see them are, do you want state legislators to make land use and zoning decisions for your city, or do you believe that local leadership is better equipped to make those decisions? Some of the bills being proposed seek to eliminate R1 single-family home neighborhoods and to allow developers to tear down single-family homes and to put in their place multi-unit structures of up to 10 units per lot. These multi-unit structures would often be adjacent to the long-standing traditional single-family homes for which individual families and Californians have worked hard to preserve for generations. This will take away much-needed local control. If these state bills are passed, you'll have no say in their implementation. Many community homeowners and stakeholders will be caught off guard as to what's happening in their neighborhoods until it's too late. And when local constituents find out there is a multi-unit going in right next to them, who are they going to call? They are going to be calling you to find out what happened and what you're going to do about it. We believe that it's not beneficial locally to take control of land use away from cities. Placing it in the state's hands in a one-size-fits-all housing plan is not good for cities where every city is unique. Each city should be the decision maker for how their own communities are built. We look forward to hearing from you and hope you will get involved in this important mission to preserve your local control. We hope you will pass a resolution to support our efforts and to join the many cities who have already done so. Our website is localcontrolcal.ca.com. Our email is localcontrolca@gmail.com. Thank you in advance for your support. Time is of the essence. These bills are in legislature now. If you support the protection of local control by joining your voice with ours, our united voice will make a stronger difference. We can provide a template for your assistance.
Next comment is from Pamela Roth. This petition has collected 112 signatures. No gas station at the corner of La Plata and Vista Hermosa. Dear Kathy Ward, Chris Duncan, Jean James, Steve Knobloch, and Laura Ferguson, we are residents of San Clemente and we do not want a gas station car wash at the corner of La Plata and Vista Hermosa. A gas station car wash will have a destructive effect on the quality of life in Northeast San Clemente and Talega now and for generations to come. We thus ask that you vote no on the gas station proposals and reopen the proposal process. Members of the group La Plata Coalition and the others plan on soliciting better bids than were previously procured by CBRE. Our proposals will generate revenue and add to our beautiful community's quality of life. Thank you. And then it lists the 112 names. And the final comment is anonymous. And it reads, I am very concerned while the public was not aware that the city was going to appeal a decision of the JPIAs in paying for legal expenses for Jean James. The public had no idea from looking at the agenda. After reading the lawsuit, Bieber versus James, this happened before Jean James was a council member. He should not be entitled in receiving legal expenses. I'm glad that Scott Smith made this announcement only because the public didn't know about it. Yet for some weird reason, Kathy Ward found it amusing that he was reporting on it. Being transparent isn't a laughing matter. The bottom line is that the public didn't know about it, and this is wrong to withhold this from the public. You are discussing a matter that involves taxpayer money. And that's all for public comments or communications.
Okay. Next, I would request a motion waiving reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
So moved.
Second. Second.
Councilmember Duncan. This is the motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
I have a question on that motion. No, I'm
Yes.
just kidding. I vote yes.
Mayor Pro Tem James
I have no questions. Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
That carries 5-0. Are there any requests to agendize items requiring immediate action?
Seeing none.
Okay, then next item is closed session report, city attorney.
Mayor and council, there was no reportable action taken in closed session. The closed session adjourned for lack of quorum at 5:50, and a briefing was provided individually to council members Duncan and Ward at that point.
Okay, all items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless council staff or the public request removal of an item for separate discussion and action, and the public has provided comments on items D and K.
I'm sorry, was that D as in David and K as in Knight?
Kilo.
You're saying that they're providing comments.
Yes,
Does
so
that mean we?
you can hear the comments.
Okay. All right. Council, is there any items that you would like to pull from the consent calendar?
I was going to pull D and K as well.
Okay. Councilmember Noblock.
Item A as in Apple and F as in Frank.
Okay. Councilmember Ferguson.
Thanks, Mayor Ward. I'd like to pull item 6H as in Henry.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the balance?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem James, second by Councilmember Duncan.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
And that carries 5-0. So this is item A, that's the city council minutes.
Madam Mayor, I ask that this item be pulled. It's the minutes of our meeting. And on page 16, there's a reference to a motion that I made regarding Dog Beach. And it has my motion incorporating 7 items. My motion incorporated 2 items. It incorporated the second one mentioned there, which is asking the Parks Commission to recommend a location for the 1-year test period. That motion was subject to a friendly amendment by Mayor Pro Tem James, which included incorporating into that motion the broader issue of an overall plan for dogs and dog access opportunities in the city, such as establishment of possible dog runs in various parks. So those 2 items were in my motion, not the 7 items that are listed in the minutes. So I'd like to amend the motions to include items 2 and 7 exclusively to my motion.
So I know minutes, I've tried to do this, Steve, too. I know minutes reflect what actions were taken, and I do remember other council members adding these issues.
No, they were discussed. They were discussed before the motion. They were discussed after the motion passed. But the motion only incorporated the 2 items that I mentioned, items 2 and 7. So I'd like the minutes to reflect that.
I'm not sure.
And the minutes don't reflect what was discussed. The minutes reflect my motion. And my motion did not incorporate those 7 items, only the 2 mentioned.
And I remember council members asking you if they could add those items in order to get your vote. It was carried 5-0 because of the discussion that we had. So I don't know, we can ask staff to look back at it, but that's what I remember. And I'm sure, I know staff goes over these with a fine tooth comb.
That's not my recollection, Madam Mayor, but in order to save time, let's continue this motion, the minutes to the following meeting. I'll go back and look at the record, and if I have any additional concerns, I'll bring them up at the next meeting.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, in order to accommodate that, do we then we pull this out of?
Yes, there's four.
Continue it to the next meeting.
Yes, which set of minutes is this?
It would be
This is
6E.
6A2.
Two? Yeah.
Correct. I'll just move that this matter be continued to the next council meeting.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, is that sufficient?
Yes, that's fine. Would you also like to approve the other three sets of minutes as prepared?
Yeah, my pull was only for item 6A2. The others are fine to be approved.
So you move the balance.
I'll do that.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay. Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
That carries 5-0. Next item is item D, and that is San Clemente Trolley, update and direction on summer 2021 San Clemente Trolley service.
So I know Mayor Pro Tem James wanted to also do this, but it was pulled by the public. So do we have a comment that we should hear?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we have two comments. The first is from Mickey Rathman. Hello, I'm a local business owner with a shop on Avenida Del Mar. With the warm weather, the move to the less restrictive orange tier, and with more people getting their COVID vaccines, we are seeing an increase in visitors downtown. This is good news. However, visitors to downtown, both locals and out-of-town guests, are frustrated with the limited parking, even more limited now with the outdoor dining decks and on the weekends when the library lot is used for the farmers market and art fair. There are a few things we could do to help this situation. First would be starting the trolley right away on weekends. Let's not wait until Memorial Weekend. Let's start April 9th. This would really help your local shops and restaurants. With sales tax monies being the city's second biggest revenue source, making it easy to park downtown by having the trolley is a win-win. Mickey Rathman, Mickey's on Del Mar. And the second comment is from the Chamber of Commerce. Dear City Council, the San Clemente Chamber of Commerce recommends that the city implement trolley service operations as soon as possible with responsible COVID safety protocols in place. With the wonderful outdoor dining expansions downtown, parking is even more limited. Therefore, with less vehicle congestion, our businesses and local economy will immediately benefit from the trolley program. Additionally, the trolley brings a better quality of life to our community. We encourage the City Council to maximize the usage of the trolley system this year. Thank you for your commitment to the City of San Clemente. That's all for public comments.
So, Madam Mayor, I pulled this as well. I want to ask, whether it's Mr. Vonnegut or Mr. Sun, a few questions. The current fleet of trolleys we have right now, how many do we have, and what's their lifespan, and where are they in their lifespan? And then I've got about 3 or 4 questions after that.
Sure, Mayor Pro Tem James, this is Tom Vonnegut, Public Works Director. I can address those questions for you. We currently have 5 trolley vehicles. They were purchased at different times, but we have 5. We use a federal guideline. They each have a useful life. They're considered a medium duty transit vehicle, so about 7 years. And that's what we've programmed in our fleet fund for the replacement funding schedule. The red line, we bought 3. That was the original grant. That was about 4 years ago. So they have about 3 years left on the estimated useful life. And then we have 2 newer trolleys that we bought for the Blue Line expansion. And so those have about 5 years left if we follow that federal guidance.
Okay. And the current occupancy of a trolley is what? And so in the orange tier that we're in now, how many people can we put on a trolley?
I believe they're 20, I think they're 26 passengers. There's 26 seating spaces. And so, but the way the bench layout is, we estimate probably 12 seating spaces if we go at 50% capacity to allow for the proper social distancing.
Okay. And you're aware of the governor's announcement today that in June 15th, we're going to green. what would be the occupancy when we're in green?
So yes, I am aware of that late breaking news. And that's one of the reasons we were proposing this. If that in fact happens as contemplated, then we would recommend going to at least the full capacity, at least the seating positions, potentially allowing standing room as well, but requiring masks unless that mandate's lifted. So we would go, to a almost full capacity, if not a full capacity.
So with that, I have another question. And I'm thinking about the $8.9 million that the government just gave away to us, that they do that type of things, I guess, for votes. We have this 8.9 million, and I'm guessing purchasing additional trolleys so we can add trolley service would be an appropriate expenditure. If we were to tell you, Tom, go out and buy 2 new trolleys, and I'm not, this would be a council decision. I'm just hypothetical. If we tell you to do 2 new trolleys, how would that impact? How can you improve service to the city with 2 additional trolleys?
Well, Mayor Pro Tem, if we were in fact, and it was the council direction to do that, I think that would be an amazing thing. How it would improve service is, as you're all aware, the downtown red line that circulates between the Pier Bowl and T-Zone and the outlets is really popular. I would put an extra vehicle on that route, and how it would help is it's not uncommon for that route to run full where we can't pick up passengers in certain times in the summer. It's just full and not enough people are getting off. I would put an extra vehicle on that route. They would circulate quicker, so you would wait less at a stop for the next trolley and have a better likelihood of getting standing or seating room. And then I would put the other vehicle on the blue line, which goes from the outlets up to the Dana Point connection. The demand is lower, but that route is longer, and that will also help with the wait times. And then having extra vehicles lets me move them around if one is down for service and I can't fix it during the off time. So that would be a really great improvement to the system, in my opinion.
And so Ms. Rathman wrote in twice in regards to we should start the service earlier. What are your responses to Ms. Rathman?
Not a bad idea, but I have some practical challenges. I need about 4 weeks lead time before I can even start service. That's so that our contractor has time to hire Class B drivers, and I have to get the trolleys in for annual maintenance and highway patrol inspection. So really my minimum lead time is 4 weeks out. So if you told me today, we'd probably be looking at the first full weekend of May. And then the other, also importantly, is, these are funded 90% by grants from OCTA, and the agreements are part and parcel with our scope of work, which is to operate from Memorial Day weekend through the last weekend of September. And I would at least need to check to make sure that if we operate outside that period, there's a potential that operating cost is 100% on the city.
But that could be paid for with the 8.9 million that the government so graciously gave us.
If that's an eligible expense, yes, that could be a funding source.
Okay. I'm going to have a motion attached to this, actually, above and beyond this, and I would like to have council feedback on this. I'd like Mr. Sun to come back in 2 weeks and give us a plan of what that would look like to begin service. Let's just throw a date out of sometime in the first week of May, let's call it 15th of May, and start service then, and also what the cost for 2 additional vehicles would be. And so I'll have that, and then I will also make a motion to approve starting, well, I can't do that. How about if I make a motion, amend this and make a motion to start trolley service on May 15th, operating on weekends, Friday through Sunday, except on Memorial Day, until June 25th, at which time daily service will continue through September 26, 2021, to approve implementing appropriate COVID safety measures consistent with applicable federal, state, and county health guidance. And 3, direct the city manager, the interim city manager, to come back to us on April 20th with what a plan would look like for additional 2 additional trolleys and what the cost would be. Can I have a second on that?
I'll second that.
Okay, so for discussion, Jean, there's a long lead time to get those trolleys built. So we're not going to have that for a while. I know we were coordinating with Dana Point, which is important because we added that line, and they're not going to start their trolley service until May 28th. And so that's kind of why we started that, so that we can coordinate that.
Well, Mr. Sun can come back in 2 weeks and lay out his challenges there.
Okay. All right. So I would need to hear more to be able to say whether we're going to use that COVID money for that. I haven't even heard what we're allowed to spend it on yet.
Mayor, I think to Mayor Pro Tem Jean James's case, I think staff can come back in 2 weeks and give you've got 2 votes, we can give a verbal update to address those issues. And what we staff have said as it relates to this $8 million, as soon as the Treasury Office provides the final guidelines, then the city will know the rules by which they can play with or engage these dollars or deploy these dollars. And so I think it's a good time for council members to bring up this concern because this is affected by the COVID. So I would suspect that there would be some nexus to that, but we can add that to the list. And when we come back with the final spending plan of all of that money, it can be approved by the council and deliberated and considered by.
And Mayor Ward, one of the things that Congressman Levin talked to Chris and me about is setting up a meeting with a couple of staff members, the House Ways and Means Committee, with Mr. Sun, that he can go right to the source, and the committee people in DC can actually give us a detailed briefing on what and how things can be spent for.
And just to follow up on that, yeah, and they asked that we start compiling a list of things that we would like to be able to spend the money at, so that they can give us an answer right then and there, and then it's not sort of a back and forth. So we can certainly add the trolleys to that list or have that be part of that.
Okay, that would be a great discussion. So, Mr. Vonnegut, what do you need from us tonight? I think we need to say that we're starting the service. Is there any implications with what Mayor Pro Tem James has asked that would change the staff recommendation, what you need?
No, I think the direction is pretty clear. Coming back to you on April 20th, we'll just, we'll see what the direction is there. That's about 3.5 weeks out. We can at least talk to our vendor about thinking ahead. And so if there ultimately is a desire to start the 15th, which is basically 2 weekends earlier than what we're contemplating, I think we could be prepared to do that. I just would like the council to be aware tonight, I learned that Dana Point, the city council approved the start of their trolley service as I explained in the staff report. And so if we do start early, we will be running, and it's not the end of the world, but there won't be a Dana Point service to connect to. But it'll still serve, San Clemente, and just the council should just be aware of that.
So when you come back to us, can you bring back any concerns of whether we do start it early if we don't have the ridership that we need for the grant. Just bring that
We'll
back.
address that, yes.
Okay, all right. So, Councilmember James, did you have a motion on the table? How is it different than what you added to the motion?
Right, I added first to start on May 15th or thereabouts, and also for the interim city manager to return to us with a plan on what adding 2 additional trolleys, how that would improve service, and but more importantly, what the cost would be.
Okay,
And
so I think that would be item number 3 to that.
Yes.
And Councilmember Noblock, you seconded that motion?
Yes, and
Okay.
I'll agree with the numbers as well.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. The next item is item F. This is the contract award for preparation of a local road safety plan.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I asked that this item be pulled because I'm in favor of the motion, but the motion indicates, or the item indicates that we've received a grant for $57,000 to do a local road safety plan, which is a great idea. What I would recommend is that we keep this money and do the work in-house rather than hire a consultant to do it, because what they're going to be doing is identifying 10 of our most critical intersections. Our staff will be doing that work. They'll be identifying additional 3 intersections where collisions have occurred. Our staff will be doing that work. They'll have a list of mitigation measures, which I guess any road department could recommend mitigation mitigation measures. And then the 4th item they'll be doing is making a recommendation. I think with $57,000, we could supplement the salary of any existing staff member, or even put a new staff member on to do this report internally. So rather than hire a consultant, I would recommend the approval of this item with being performed by our local staff. That's my motion.
Okay, so let's hear from staff. Zaid.
Madam Mayor, my name is Ziad Mazbouri. I'm Deputy Public Works Director. This grant was kind of overseen by Caltrans, and they even oversaw the RFP for the selection of the consultant. You may not be aware that our traffic engineer resigned and left us 3 weeks ago. So at this time, we don't have a traffic engineer in-house to analyze the data, go through the data, and the consultant will be able to analyze all of this and make the proper recommendation and spend the time on it. This is a specialty, and Kimley Horn, the consultant that we selected, is actually on the board with developing the guidelines. So they're really very aware of our issues, and they will give us a very good job.
I'm sure they would. Is there anyone else? This is not engineering work. I don't know that we need engineering expertise, but is there anyone else in our department, Zaid, that is capable of putting together a fairly standard report like this?
Well,
when I say standard, I'm talking about probably 300 other cities that will be producing identical reports on their troubled intersections.
Correct, but small and large cities are selecting consultant to meet the state guidelines on the development of this local road safety plan. At this time, we don't have a traffic engineer. We have an engineering technician that does some traffic counts, so she's not qualified to do such analysis.
If we have no one qualified to do this, then I guess we do have to hire a consultant. If we had someone in-house to do the work, I would have recommended, as I just did, that we do this. We keep the $60,000 and do it internally. But since we don't have anyone to do it, then I will withdraw my my motion, and move that we approve item 6F as staff recommended.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Noblock, second by Mayor Pro Tem James.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. The next item is item H, that's contract amendments for Clean Ocean Fee renewal and balloting services.
Laura, I believe you.
Thank you. Thank you. I did call that one up. First, I just want to ask Eric, do you know, Eric, when we're targeting a mail ballot election for this? Is it June 22 of next year?
Referring to the Clean Ocean Fee?
June 1, 22? Yeah.
So no, we don't have a defined date as of
Okay.
yet for the vote.
Okay, that's good. All right. Thank you for answering that question. I didn't see it in the report, so I want to make sure I didn't miss it. I always spoke for this. I support the Clean Ocean fee, and the city's done a great job with the funds, I think, and been very transparent with that. I did want to note, I do support keeping these folks on board. It's no new funding, no new fiscal impact. Due to COVID, they haven't been able to do their job, but they're already hired, so I'm good with that. I did want to suggest that we do put off this mail ballot election at least until next year, so that we can really utilize these consultants to educate the community what the city does spend the $2.2 million on every year, because that's what funds the program, and really let them know. And for those watching, the program's been very successful in addressing runoff treatment projects at Poche Beach and North Beach, street sweeping activities, water quality testing, and spill cleanups, among many other things. And so I'd like to see them continue to do that. Just due to COVID and the financial impact of so many people, it'd be ideal for us to just focus on that at this time into next year, and then possibly even try for this in the summer next year, 2022, when people are starting to, we'll go back to normalcy, and all of the water fund begins and tourism comes and we have economic vitality again and so forth. So that's really good, because for now, if we did something now, we already know with the voter opinion poll that was done that about 71% of those, what was it? I'm going to read that. This was done last year, however, just at the time COVID started, that there wasn't support for it at the time. So utilizing this time between now and then maybe would be really effective for us to really remind people what this does, and people will hopefully get back on their feet after all the negative impacts of COVID. So I'm going to support this item. I'm sure council has a lot more to say about this perhaps, but I'd like to make a motion to go ahead and adopt staff recommendation for this item with those caveats in terms of the education and moving into next year, maybe even shoot for June 1, 2022 when the contracts expire. That'll take us all the way through that time to be able to successfully do the education and outreach needed and get this on the mail ballot.
If I may, Councilmember Ferguson and Mayor Ward, yes, to your point, we are waiting to take a vote of the people because obviously the pandemic started. It's important to note that our Clean Ocean fee expired June 30th of 2020. And while we were able to live off a fund balance, going into the calendar year of 2022 could be problematic from a fund balance perspective. But I can assure the council, the contractors that we have are already and have been chewing on the survey results to model their marketing and their education to address those, I'll say, issues that were discovered in the survey. But I think it's staff's intent, while a date hasn't been set based on funding levels, we'd like to conclude that vote towards the end of this calendar year. But that's still something that we're working on, but I do want to raise the fund balance as an issue.
Thank you for stating that. I'm just very concerned that we'll spend a lot of money for the mail ballot election and it will fail because with the the voter opinion poll that we did have, the results showed in the city survey, the support for another renewal appeared to be trending downward, with only about 32% voting yes. So, again, I'm supportive of this fee. I think it's a great, tremendous program for us to do, but I just don't think I want to stand with my motion to support this, but put in a date for June of 2022. And we'll just have to allocate, if I have support of council to do that, allocate general fund money for that purpose when we run out of the fund balance for Clean Ocean program. I know there's a lot of items to read here in the recommendation. Would you like me to do that, or should we see if we have some support for that? If I can get a second before doing that.
So I think that we should see if we have a second for that. This is staff's recommendation of all the work they're doing on the Clean Ocean fee.
I'll second the motion on the floor.
Okay, is there any substitute motion this time?
Well, totally agree with everything that Councilmember Ferguson said, but I'm just concerned that we would push out, sort of mandatorily push out the date for the ballot so far that we would deplete all the Clean Ocean fee reserves, and then drawing from the general fund, which I think generally should be avoided for something like this. So I'll do a substitute motion to approve staff recommendation and to have our consultants come back to us before the end of the year with a report about whether they think we can go out with the ballot measure now, or then, or we need more time to put it out to garner the support that Councilmember Ferguson is talking about.
Okay, is there a second?
Sure, thanks.
Laura, you're going to take that as a substitute, or because yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So
Under the discussion under the motion, we are talking about conducting a special election in order to have that election prior to the June 2022 election, right?
This election would not be coinciding with any, it would be done individually as a mail-in ballot with the
And
city.
the cost of a special election is approximately.
Oh, I don't have that handy. In your staff report, you do have the amount that's going to Koppel Gruber, who will be doing the mailing ballot, but I couldn't speak to a special election cost.
Yeah, just keep in mind when the staff comes back that we will have costs of a special election if we don't plug into a regular election cycle, which could exceed the potential general fund or COVID fund to cover the expense. So,
right.
But I can support the substitute motion as it's been stated.
okay, so we have a substitute motion and a second, and so that is the only motion remaining. The other motion's gone.
Okay, who was the second on that, on the substitute?
Councilmember
Ferguson.
Yes.
And was that report back at the end of the calendar year or fiscal year?
Calendar, December, I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, calendar year, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
That clarification.
Okay, Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Knobloch,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. The next item is item K. This is the contract award for the fence installation for Orange County Sheriff Department, secure parking at City Hall, and I do have a comment on this item.
All right, go ahead.
This is an anonymous comment. I assume this fence at City Hall will not be chain link. In 2018, council directed that fencing should no longer be chain link in San Clemente. Also, fencing over 42 inches requires a minor architectural permit or at least a staff waiver. Businesses are expected to use materials like wood or wrought iron and minimize the fence's appearance with landscaping. I hope that the city is meeting these same expectations. It would be disappointing to have City Hall look like a cheap storage yard. Council should consider spending more if necessary to make sure that this project is designed well. And that's all I have.
Okay, I'm looking, Mr. Vonnegut, do you have any comment that you could add to that?
I do. Thank you, Mayor Ward. And I can't believe I didn't tell you what the material is, but that's my oversight. But yes, we will, or no, we will not be using chain link. It'll be that kind of faux decorative wrought iron look that we have at other facilities. We are following our own rules. We don't need a waiver. It's consistent with the Rancho San Clemente plan. We've checked with our friends across the hall in planning, but yeah, it'll be a wrought iron decorative style fence, no chain link.
Great, great to hear that we're following our own design guidelines.
So I pulled this as well.
Okay, go ahead, Gene.
Tom, is this going to double as an impound lot for OCSD?
No, in coordinating with Captain Manhart, this is strictly to provide enough space for his actual official sheriff's vehicles and equipment. Even his deputies, and when they're off duty, they'll park outside. It's just for their actual official vehicles. It'll be in the northeast corner of the lot, and I've worked the spacing with him, so it's going to meet his needs.
Okay, so you just answered the next question I had, and that is, it's not going to block the back door. It's going to be in the northeast corner, and the back, you'll still be able to ingress and egress the back door.
Correct.
My questions have been answered. Thank you.
I'll move item K.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Knobloch and a second by Mayor Pro Tem James.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Knobloch,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward. That motion
Aye.
carries 5-0.
Great, thank you.
Okay, next item is item 8A. This is consideration of a resolution supporting strengthened local democracy and opposing proposed housing legislation that undermines local authority and control. And we do have a couple comments on this item.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, the first is from Tom Levy. My wife and I have lived in San Clemente for the past 19 years and love the city. It has a great low-key lifestyle that is perfect. The people are friendly. You can find whatever you need from great restaurants, food stores, or hardware stores. We are concerned about the plans for low-income housing in the city. The proposed rezoning for low-cost housing has not had adequate community involvement. I and my neighbors did not know of the proposed rezoning and survey until 2 weeks ago. The city needs to start over with a good outreach plan to get input from the residents of San Clemente. This would include public notices, letters, and emails to residents, and using the San Clemente Times and Nextdoor to get the word out, and public meetings to obtain input. We should not allow city staff who do not live in our community and an outsourced consultant who does not live in our community to come up with proposed locations for the low-income housing. It should be the residents. The current planning commission should not vote on where low-income housing will be since their term expires in June. This needs to be postponed until the next commission is appointed. If some of the proposed locations are far-fetched and not possible, then they should not be on the map, and a new map needs to be designed with more community input. My neighbors and I are looking forward to working with you to develop a plan that meets the state law and works for the residents of our great city. Okay, the next comment is from Robert Engel. Above all of the heard arguments, the fact that the current planning commission terms expire in June of 2021 suggests to me that their vote may not represent the citizens of San Clemente in earnest. Although the vote should take place early in the next planning commission term, so that the process can proceed with fully engaged officials in cooperation with interests of the community citizens. Next comment is from Daniel Bracamonte. The proposed rezoning for low-cost housing has not had adequate community involvement. I and my neighbors did not know the proposed rezoning and survey until 2 weeks ago. The city needs to start over with a good outreach plan to get input from the residents of San Clemente. This would include public notices, letters, and emails to residents, and using the St. Clemente Times and Nextdoor to get the word out, and public meetings to obtain input. We should not allow city staff who do not live in our community and an outsourced consultant who do not live in our community to come up with proposed locations for the low-income housing. It should be the residents. The current planning commission should not vote on where low-income housing will be since their term expires in June. This needs to be postponed until the next commission is appointed. If some of the proposed locations are far-fetched and not possible, then they should not be on the map, and a new map needs to be designed with more community input. My neighbors and I are looking forward to working with you to develop a plan that meets the state law and works for the residents of our great city. It's the same.
I'm sorry, I'm on mute. Next comment is from Nancy Bracamonte. The proposed rezoning for low-cost housing has not had adequate community involvement. I and my neighbors did not know of the proposed rezoning and survey until 2 weeks ago. The city needs to start over with a good outreach plan to get input from the residents of San Clemente. This would include public notices, letters, and emails to residents, and using the San Clemente Times and Nextdoor to get the word out, and public meetings to obtain input. We should not allow city staff who do not live in our community and an outsourced consultant who does not live in our community to come up with the proposed locations for the low-income housing. It should be the residents. Current planning commission should not vote on where low-income housing will be since their term expires in June. This needs to be postponed until the next commission is appointed. If some of the proposed locations are far-fetched and not possible, then they should not be on the map, and a new map needs to be designed with more community input. My neighbors and I are looking forward to working with you to develop a plan that meets the state law and works for the residents of our great city. Next comment is from Susan Hennebury. The proposed rezoning for low-cost housing has not had adequate community involvement. My Marblehead neighbors and I did not know of the proposed rezoning and survey until 2 weeks ago. The city needs to start over with a good outreach plan to get input from the residents of San Clemente. This would include public notices, letters, and emails to residents, and using the San Clemente Times and Nextdoor to get the word out, and public meetings to obtain input. There are many elderly residents who do not use social media and do not have email, so they would have no way of voicing their opinion on the survey that was previously sent out. We should not allow city staff who do not live in our community and an outsourced consultant who does not live in our community to come up with proposed locations for the low-income housing. It should be residents. The current planning commission should not vote on where low-income housing will be since their term expires in June. This needs to be postponed until the next commission is appointed. And the final comment on this is anonymous. To comply with California mandates to establish zoning for 900 plus low-income housing units in San Clemente, please consider that some of these low-income units may be used as housing first permanent supportive housing for homeless who are active drug addicts and or mentally ill. To be very clear, California's Housing First initiative has zero requirements that drug addicts pursue sobriety or that the mentally ill pursue treatment. They are free to continue their active addiction and or erratic behaviors in their subsidized housing. This homeless population needs our support in a county treatment facility with round-the-clock services and monitoring for their safety and ours. Something like a dual diagnosis Betty Ford clinic, or even the Solutions for Change program that has an accountability component. In San Clemente, there have been at least 3 assaults at the permanent supportive housing building for homeless on Los Bolas. One resulted in a police standoff. That facility even has an on-site house manager. Last summer, a homeless man was charged with sexually assaulting a minor at T Street. He is back out on the streets awaiting trial. Sadly, in the last week in Southern California alone, 3 people were murdered by either drug deranged or mentally ill homeless. One woman and her dog were both murdered while out walking. Another man was murdered in his own backyard, and neighbors have now hired private security to foot patrol to monitor their neighborhood. Erratic drug-induced and or mental behavior is generally restricted to certain areas of San Clemente, and you can take measures to ensure your own safety. If these low-income housing units are used for housing first and are rezoned adjacent to the neighborhoods, you will not be able to avoid this type of erratic behavior as it will be next door. Please remember the negative impact sober living homes had to our neighborhoods. Imagine a 3-story building with drug addicts that have no desire for sobriety next door. Please consider this when complying with state mandates to zone for low-income housing. And that's all for comments on this item.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, did you pull this item?
Item 8A. Where are we?
K. Somebody pulled K, and I wasn't sure if it was the public. Madam Clerk, was it just for public?
No, the K was the contract award for the OCSD fence.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. So this is the item that we're on.
8A we're on, right?
Okay, thank you. I had it as something that we
So
pulled.
yes, so I brought this together. I think we should, as a local council, I think we should be very concerned. There's 7 or 8 bills pending in Sacramento right now. One of them creates a homeless czar, and that homeless czar can dictate to us what our homeless plan is going to be. Another one would allow city councils to overturn such measures as Measure V. There's another one talking about retail establishments that have been empty for more than 2 years can be turned into affordable housing. This is Looney Tunes, what's going on in Sacramento. And this resolution, I think, states our position that local control is the best control. And this is why I brought this resolution to council.
So Councilmember James, or Mayor Pro Tem, are you saying that we should send this in response to each one of those housing bills?
Absolutely. Yes.
So I'm wondering if there's anywhere that we could say any better that we oppose any of the bills, but it's talking about local control.
It's talking about local control.
Yeah. So I agree. We're hearing from the public. It's very serious what's going on with the housing bills, taking away local control for us to figure out where they should go, or the best way to do this is never a good idea. So, I support the resolution. I just wondered, in section 3, it says that we support the California Citizens for Local Control, and I'm not sure where that name came out, because I think there's more organizations for it. I'm not against that. I think it's a council member from San Diego, if I believe, that's on that. So
I think it started in Torrance.
So I think a lot of city councils members are on that.
So I know of, last I read, there are 40 cities, Newport Beach being the last city to approve a resolution like this.
Okay. All right. Well, I think it's a good idea, but I think we should tell staff that we want these sent in through the portal for each one of those housing bills, especially SB 7. But we need to do that as soon as possible, as soon as we pass this. So tomorrow, those should be entered, because I'm not sure what the time limits are on those. Is there any other comments from council members? Mayor Ferguson, I'm sorry. I'll call you Mayor.
Thanks. Thanks, Mayor Ward. Yes, and I wanted to ask Mayor Pro Tem James, was the speaker earlier, David Wheatley, was he the gentleman who's with this group? I didn't catch the group, but
I do think, yes.
Oh, that was excellent. I recall I wrote down, he said 58 cities have passed this resolution.
Last I checked, it was more than 40. So
okay, very good. So that's nice. He wrote in tonight. That's excellent. I'm very supportive of this, as long as we don't, this is generic, so it's not specifying any recently passed legislation, because we do have some pretty strict legislation that went into effect on January 1st, as you know, with the state density bonus law, that AB 2345, which is pretty strict in terms of requiring local agencies to grant an increase to the allowable residential density over the otherwise maximum eligible density when it comes to affordable housing. But that aside, I'm very supportive of this, and I just wanted to let the public know who's watching that our city council did support joining other mayors late last year to challenge the numbers of affordable housing units that municipalities have to zone for in their communities. And I haven't heard back from SCAG yet. I did write them to see what the effect was from the meeting that was held. But the whole premise of that, for those watching, was that there was alleged double counting in the housing units that were needed. And we were challenging whether the state housing community development use of an incorrect vacancy rate and double counting has exaggerated the number of affordable housing units needed in the region. So we've heard from some speakers tonight that there's such a large number just for San Clemente. It's close to 1,000. So hopefully that won't be the case if we are successful with this and getting that remedied. But there are also negative impacts to communities that don't address affordable housing. And I'll just mention a few that I jotted down. Potential loss of land use control, increasing number of housing units that the city will be responsible for in the future, ineligibility for a variety of park and infrastructure improvement funds. And then also if cities don't meet affordable housing requirements, real affordable housing requirement numbers, because they're not real right now, I don't believe, but it could make your entire city general plan vulnerable to challenges by the state, and even HCD can go to Attorney General for cities. So we hope that never happens. I think our city in the past and present has done a phenomenal job with adding affordable housing in San Clemente, but I agree with some of the people who've written us lately that we really do need to make sure it's an equitable distribution in zoning throughout town and not bunched up in one vicinity. But anyhow, but thank you, Mayor Pro Tem James, for bringing this forward. I think it's excellent. I certainly support that.
So I do have a question. The conversation gravitated over to RHNA numbers, regional housing need assessment numbers. I do have a question for the interim city manager, and that is, as I look at the RHNA program, am I wrong? Did the city miss an opportunity to file a waiver or with the state?
So Gabriel, we have Gabriel Perez and Jennifer Savage. Either one can address that, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem, this is Gabriel Perez, City Planner. Jennifer Savage, Senior Planner, she is leading a lot of our housing efforts in the city. She's been following the RHNA process, and she'll be able to speak to the appeals process for the city.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. In regards to the RHNA process, the city staff did actively follow that process for the methodology and the adoption of the RHNA numbers, or the allocation. And through our OPOG TAC, which is the Orange County Council of Governments Technical Advisory Committee, which is a regional planning advisory committee, its planners within Orange County cities, we opposed the RHNA allocation and the methodology as SCAG was going through that process. In regards to the appeal of RHNA numbers, staff considered appealing San Clemente's RHNA allocation. However, after considering the much larger numbers allocated to other cities, the cost of staff time to prepare the appeal, and the unlikely chance that any appeal would be approved, we determined not to proceed. We do want to note that SCAG received 52 appeals for the 6th cycle housing element. Of those 52 appeals, 2 were only partially granted. Another way to look at it is, of the 1.34 million housing units that our region is supposed to accommodate and plan for, only 3,100 of those units were successfully appealed.
I hear you, and I can't disagree with what you're saying, but my only pushback to what you're saying is I think that should have come back to council with the knowledge that you with the knowledge you have, the information you have, and I think that should have been a council decision. That's my Monday morning quarterbacking on that.
Major policy decision. Right.
I would ask, Madam Clerk, I believe the council voted for the mayor at the time to send a letter to SCAG, and I don't believe that letter was actually executed.
It was. I have it right here. It was October 7, 2020.
Do we know that that letter went out?
I just got a copy of it the other day from Daisy. Daisy coordinated that with Santa Ana. So, yeah, we didn't get a copy until.
It didn't come out from our city. You did it independently?
It's no, from Orange County mayors. Remember, I brought it to city council and we voted on it to have our name added to the letter.
I think we actually voted to send our own letter to SCAG at the time.
We ended up not. Councilmember Ham at the time said, let's just add our name, right? My name and the city to the letter. So we did. Yeah. Initially it was supposed to be, we were going to do a letter from ourselves.
I actually remember that being a different letter, but I couldn't tell you which one it is.
No, I don't recall that one. Just this one. I'll get this to all of you.
Councilmember Ferguson, this has moved beyond SCAG, and they are not going to answer or help San Clemente with those allocation of numbers. That I think the discussion has moved to HCD by all the cities, that we are going to have to challenge HCD with the counting of those numbers, or double counting, as you said. But I'm not sure, and I would propose this to the council, that I'm not sure that SCAG should be completely off the table in trying to get this fixed, because they oversee 5 counties, and they're the ones that took these numbers and then doled them out to every city and county. And they should have been making sure that that those numbers were correct. So I think in the future, we might be talking to other cities about actually trying to get SCAG to be more involved in this process than just telling us to go to HCD, and good luck with that, because they're the ones that allocated the numbers to us. So anyway, we got a lot of comments tonight about affordable housing, but what is before us is a resolution to oppose or to strengthen local control and expressing opposition to the legislation. So Councilmember James, would you like to make a motion?
I will make a motion. Give me 1 second. So I make a motion to adopt resolution 21-08, entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, expressing support for actions to further strengthen local democracy and expressing opposition to proposed housing legislation that undermines local authority and control." Excuse me.
And would you add directing staff to send this in to all of those different housing bills?
And to direct staff to send this resolution to each one of the authors of these bills.
And to forward a copy of that resolution to each of our legislative representatives.
And our local legislature. Yes. Exactly.
That's a good add.
Thank you.
So, Councilmember Noblock, are you seconding that motion?
I would be delighted to second
it. Councilmember Duncan?
I just want to add one cautionary note. We talked about this before. Many of the authors are people that we want to support Senator Bates's bills. I don't know if there's a more generic way to submit it in, just through the portal or something, and not maybe unnecessarily draw their ire.
The portal makes it so that it's actually recorded in the report for the bill with all the others. I'm sure there's going to be many.
Yeah, that's fine to me. I'm thinking like if it's personally directed to an author, that just may be unnecessary drawing attention to something, and they may be not as likely to support us on our our toll road bills. So could I make a friendly amendment that we submit this through the portal and to our local legislators?
For each bill?
For each bill, yeah.
Yeah, so it's recorded. Jean, that would get it officially on the record.
I can accept that.
Okay.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay. Aye.
Okay. Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Okay, next item, moving to new business, is the warrant register and payroll register.
Council, is there a motion to approve the warrant and the payroll register?
So moved. Oh, sorry.
Councilmember-
Sorry, I have a question for the city attorney on the warrant register, if I may. So I'd like to pull that. Just one page. And it's just circling back to just a couple meetings ago. City attorney, I know you have your legal expenses, legal fees on page 9A32. And the legal billing for Christina Talley from the censure hearing, about $7,600. Do you know when that's coming back? I know you mentioned it might be showing up on the register, warrant register soon. And secondly, are those her total final charges? Thank you.
You're muted, Scott.
I checked with her after your last meeting. That is the total of her work, which was closed out since. I think she told me that it had been invoiced but not paid. So we'd have to check with finance to find where that is in the process.
Okay, but that will show up in BBK. It will show up in Christina Talley.
Yes, it would be
Okay.
separate.
All right, thanks. That's all I have. Thank you.
So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem James to approve the warrant register and the payroll register. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Duncan.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson, Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Okay, next item is item B. That's consideration of directing that funding to install handrails at the concrete access path to the trail at Mariposa and beach access at Riviera be included in the fiscal year 2021-22 CIP budget.
That was my item, and support from Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem James. Thank you. And this item, I'm not sure if Eric, did you happen to have the picture available to queue up?
I do
That I
not.
sent? If not, I have one on my phone here. If the public wants to see it, do you happen to have it available? I'm not sure if we can do that on the Zoom.
Did you email it to me, council member?
Oh, I did. It was probably last weekend, but anyone know? Oh, you probably can't see it with the light, but anyhow, I'll just speak to it. So the Mariposa Trail has a very, very steep concrete path. And even for me, it just pulls you down, and I'm quite a hiker. And I did check that out with some residents that are elderly. And there's even a gentleman in a wheelchair that lives just right up the block, and it literally pulls you down. So the residents had requested that if it was possible to put a railing along the brush side of the concrete trail, so it would blend in and be quite stealth. And as you know, if you have ever been in that area, it takes you right to the wooden bridge at the Mariposa Bridge there. So very, very steep down and coming up. Of course, it'd be nice for those who are elderly or disabled to be able to hold on to something. And a couple of folks had cited some background ADA, American Disabilities Act Title II, and it covers all activities of state and local governments, regardless of government entity size or receipt of federal funding. Title II requires that state and local governments give people with disabilities an equal opportunity to benefit from all their programs, services, and activities, including public education, employment, transportation, recreation, healthcare, social service, courts, voting, and town meetings. So I wanted to recommend that we include this in the capital improvement program budget now that we're getting into the budget season, so that we can be able to provide an opportunity for folks who can't use this access way, which is quite large area, to access the trail and the beaches in a comfortable and a safe manner. So hoping I could have some support for that. I do have a little diagram. I don't know if this shows up either. Nope, too much light. But anyway, I'll get those over to all of you later so you can see it. But that would be my motion, I guess, to have that included in the CIP. Thanks.
So I asked that the beach access at Riviera at the end of the tunnel be looked at. I haven't been down there probably in 9 months, but I assume the beach access has not improved. And Mr. Vonnegut's well aware of it. Eric, I think you're aware of it. Can we put together a plan on how to fix the Riviera beach access once and for all?
So I think what you just said is the operative word, a plan. And
yeah.
I that before we add anything to a CIP budget, that there has to be an actual plan, and staff has to look at the cost and how we would do something.
That's exactly what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Before we do that, so that railing also, because that path has been designed that way for a reason, and we need to hear all the reasons of what can be added and what the issues are. I'm not going to be I can't vote for adding something to the CIP budget when we're just blind. We don't know what it is. And the issues at Riviera have to be brought up to, that's a state beach, and I don't know if there's any issue with us doing improvements there, or whether there's even an issue of how we could do it, because I think it's been looked at before. So I'd want to hear that history. And maybe any offers of suggestions of what we could do, including Mariposa. But I think we need more information.
It's a railing. It's a hand railing.
There's a lot to it, to adding anything in the coastal zone. There's going to be design. There's going to be ADA. There's just going to be a lot.
Yeah, but it's not as complex as you're making it out to be. And I just wanted to point out that some errant ball netting was added to the CIP by sending it to the Parks and Rec Commission, and it was done and added to CIP. So
but
we
that
brought
was
it back
something
to
Parks
council.
and Rec had looked at already. No one's
Right.
looked at this yet.
Well,
So
someone can look at it. Anyway, that's my proposal. Help the elderly and
Not how we
disabled be able to.
add things to the CIP. So if you want to ask for a study of it.
Nope.
But you're not asking, you're just asking for it to be added with no information.
Added and look into it and see if it's possible for us to do. There's a lot of beaches that have railings access to help those who are disabled and elderly access steep staircases and steep trail access points and pathways, and they're all up and down the coast. So it's not rocket science. I'm sure that our staff could look into this and bring back at least some ideas, concepts, and engineering that we can look at from other areas. If we don't have that already in the CIP, and go from there. And
Mr. Vonnegut, could you talk about what steps would be necessary to look at railing for Mariposa?
Sure. And Mayor Ward, you're correct. While things can be complicated in the coastal zone, as I understand this concept to add hand railing, we would definitely follow the keep it simple approach on that one. I'm definitely familiar, as you all are, with that steep ramp. And so if it's your council's desire, we certainly could be ready by the time you consider, you do your initial budget consideration, which would also, we would present the CIP. We could have some background and I think ballpark a cost for doing a simple metal handrail concept there and recommend how that might be funded in next year's CIP. So we could have that ready for your consideration when that comes to you. And then as I understand Mayor Pro Tem James's request, I think we could have information to make an estimate on a cost and a process to get into the planning and design of a solution at Riviera, which that will be more complicated, but I don't hear bring us a project. I hear just bring us enough information by which we could start down that process, if I understood correctly. And I think we can be prepared on both of those.
That's exactly right. Thank you.
And Tom, would we be able to get any buy-in or help from the state beach on that access?
Well, certainly, I can't answer that question, but certainly we will and would need to coordinate with them because that is in the state beach. And again, I think step one would be, and I think, you know, we have a great working relationship with them, would be, let's see what we can do, what's the willingness and what happens and develop a potential solution. And then when we get there, we would figure out how and when to build it and fund it. It could be something that might, because it would help the state as well, be eligible for some state park funding or whatnot. But step one is to go through a public process and work with them and figure out what would be the best solution to that access issue.
Okay. So building on our CIP budget, and if we were going to put this, bring back Mariposa, would you weigh that against other items that we've already got that we need to do in our CIP budget?
Well, yes, we will. And, you know, we'll let you provide us direction, but we're going to lay out our proposed suite, our work plan for fiscal year 22 and show you how this might fit into that. I don't think this will be a terribly costly endeavor if we limit it to handrail and don't go past that.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
Excuse me, I had a quick question for, thank you for that. Also, Tom, thank you very much for your response on those. I appreciate it. It sounds very doable. I just want to ask Mr. Sund about the Prop 68 funds, and maybe this might be an applicable project. Those are the per capita funds that I guess need to come back to us by the end of this year. Is that a project that might actually be eligible?
I couldn't comment on that, Councilmember Ferguson. I'd have to look at the restrictions of Prop 68 to see what the allowable expenses are.
Could you refresh my memory anyway on Prop 68?
I'm actually not very well up to speed on that specific prop. So if the council would entertain, I could come back with an email to update the city council on that.
Is the park bond funds, they're per capita funds, which are automatic without no competitive project process, but they're based on allocation on population.
Yeah, Mr. Sun, if you could give us an email back on that when you have time to look at that.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, council. So what's our pleasure on this? Do you want to see added the option of the CIP budget, have staff look into those two items?
Yes.
I'm seeing nodding.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So Madam Clerk, we don't need to take a vote on that because it's just being added to our consideration for at a later time.
It's up to you.
Okay.
So you provide direction by it through a motion or just through consensus.
Okay. Well, you've heard all our comments. Everybody already laid out what they thought for Mariposa, and you heard Mr. Bonnegut's comments. So I think we have enough for staff to look into that and bring it back.
Okay. The next item is consideration of adopting a non-binding resolution of support for the right to bear arms.
So, Madam Mayor, I am going to move that we move this resolution to our April 20th meeting. I've received, as many of us have, a lot of mail on this. And I spoke with it on this matter with Mr. Duncan before we started this evening. And I am going to commit to reaching out to each of the people that reached out to us and talk about this resolution. And we would, I'm not changing my mind. I still want to proceed with it, but I would like to speak with those people and explain what the resolution's about. So I move that we move this to the April 20th meeting.
Okay, motion to move that to April 20th, second by Councilmember Noblock.
Member Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
That carries 5-0. The next item is item D, consideration of repealing ordinance number 1655 that requires unsuccessful appellants to pay costs associated with administrative hearings.
Mayor Ward, I asked that this matter be considered, and I think I'd like to see this ordinance rescinded and nullified by our city council. It was approved a couple of years ago, and I think it unfairly puts a tremendous financial burden on citizens that have a beef with the city decisions. For probably 70 years of our city's history, citizens had the right to object to a decision, administrative decision made by the city. They received their due process rights, and that continues to this day. But what was added in 2018 was the obligation that if the city and or appeal entities didn't find in their favor, they would have to pay all of the city's expenses and costs, including very substantial costs relating to the cost of the hearing, the staff time, the time to analyze the matter, legal fees, cost of legal staff to attend hearings, costs of appeals, costs of consultants, which could literally, depending on the type of appeal, cost tens of thousands of dollars. I just don't think the ordinance was necessary. I don't think the community cried out for it. And in my personal opinion, I think it was a retaliatory effort that came immediately upon the heels of the outlets' multiple appeals over their signage. So I would just encourage us to go back to our 70-year history of providing due process to our citizens without these additional costs. It's like if you challenged a court ticket, or if you got a speeding ticket and you went to court and challenged it and lost, you'd have to pay the judge's salary, the DA's salary, the court clerk's salary, the bailiff's salary, and all the administrative overhead related to it. I think that's unfair. It puts a tremendous burden on our citizens. So with that being said, unless there are any comments or questions, I would simply make a motion that we rescind and nullify ordinance 1655.
So I do have a question of Mr. Smith. I believe that this ordinance somewhat coordinates with the fact that we hired Matt Silver of Silver and Wright to uphold our municipal code violations. And that is one of the reasons why we added this to be reimbursed. It's been very successful having Mr. Silver litigate our municipal code violations because they weren't being done before. It would go to the district attorney and they would not do anything. So now our quality of life issues are being handled by Matt Silver. And so it also coordinates with the policy that the city has that we be reimbursed for staff time. But I would ask Mr. Smith, if that was done in 2018, wasn't that about the time that we hired Matt Silver for our municipal code violations?
I think it was about the same time. There was kind of an overhaul of that prosecutorial function. It's a policy debate, obviously, up to the council, there was a concern that these appeals, and I don't remember specifics, were becoming a cost center. We were asked to do a survey of how cities approach this. There are so many ways. Sometimes appellants are required to pay the fees even if they win, and that was rejected. But what was locked on here is the possibility that someone would bring an appeal, lose, and that would have to be shouldered at public expense and by the general fund. Of course, it's up to the council, it's up to this council as it was up to that council to take this off the books. If I could just interject a little point of order, to take this off the books would require an ordinance also. So if the motion that Councilmember Noblock has in mind passes, we'd bring back a Muni Code amendment to take these things out of the code, so it would be on parity with this enactment that amended the code.
That was intended. That was intended in my motion.
I assume. Thank
So
you.
one of my concerns, Steve, is the I think what we initiated was that people would do this and be serious about it, that they wouldn't just run up costs because they could just do it with no cost to them and appeal and appeal and appeal and cause a lot of staff time. And with us hiring Matt Silver, we had to go to a very thorough process because we were hiring someone that was going to enforce our municipal code violations. So I just think it has too much ability to be abused.
The ordinance has really nothing to do with Matt Silver or his enforcement rights. It has to do with the burden that we place on our citizens. And to suggest that our citizens might be frivolous and not serious when they have a legitimate bona fide disagreement with our city is to put our citizens down and saying they don't deserve the respect that our citizens deserve by saying
No, that's not what I'm saying.
let me finish my point. By saying they're entitled to their day in court without the burden of having to bear the cost of the attorney fees, the notice fees, the preparation fees, the analysis fees, the consultant's fees. This statute is outrageous, and it ought to be.
You're adding a lot.
And it ought to be immediately rescinded with a proper ordinance. That's my motion.
So are you bringing this motion because of the outlet mall? Because you've only mentioned that. I have never heard from any person that they wanted this rescinded.
Well, I only mention that because this was done within a very, very, very short time frame after the appeals were done with the outlets. I'm not doing it because of the outlets. I'm doing it because it's a tremendous burden on our citizens.
Well, if they win, they do not pay. Is that correct, Scott? If they are successful and they have a valid appeal, I believe that they do not pay the costs, or they pay, is it half of the cost?
No, let me look here.
If they're partially successful, then they only have to pay half of the potentially tens of
Well,
thousands.
you could change maybe some of that part, but I think wiping out.
I'm not changing anything. There's a motion on the floor, and my motion is to rescind and nullify this ordinance.
Okay, well, I'm discussing it with you and giving you my opinion at this time. I just wanted to give you some backup because I don't think that you were even aware that we had Matt Silver. And it does.
Well, actually, I was, because BB&K was conflicted during those series of hearings because they had represented the outlets many, many years ago, and that's why the other lawyers brought in. But that's not the issue. We're not talking about the outlets. We're talking about an ordinance that places a tremendous burden on citizens that have a legitimate beef and are entitled and are burdened to get their due process rights. They're burdened with a potentially extreme costs. The citizens didn't ask for it. I was aware of this. I testified when the council brought it up, but there was no public outcry for it. This was a retaliatory ordinance. It's inappropriate. And again, my motion stands to rescind this ordinance. I think we had a fair process, and I think we had to return to a fair process without burdening our citizens with the cost if they have a legitimate beef with our government.
My question is, and I can't find this in the staff report, maybe it's here. How much have we collected in how many times, and how much have we collected when appellates have lost? Do we have that information?
Mayor Pro Tem Gene James, this is Eric's son. No, we don't have that information. I can tell you personally that I don't think there are a lot of them, but we could definitely get that information and provide it to the city council, but I don't have that data handy.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Laura, go ahead.
Oh, thanks so much. I have an example that occurred with a resident last year sometime, actually maybe the year, COVID wasn't here yet, so prior to that, time flies. But it's a good example of showing how punitive this is. I mean, even in this ordinance, it calls folks offenders and it's very punitive. But this gentleman was simply washing his car, or sometime the senior next door's car in his driveway, and he was getting fines. He was getting citations and fines, and it's legal. I looked it up for him, and it is legal to do that in your car or in your driveway, pardon me. And he had 3 of these. He had paid one for $200, one of these fines, and then he had 2 more, so they were stacking up. And he was just illegally fined and cited, and he looked into it and wanted to appeal. So it costs you to fight your government. So if they give you a citation or fine and you've been wronged, you still have to pay, right? So he paid one of them at $200. He had these other 2 citations, and he reached out. And so looked into it, and he didn't have to pay them, and connected him with the city attorney. But anyhow, so they waived those. But in the process, he found out to appeal to his government, the costs were going to be $1,200 total for everything. And that was a lot of money, double what the 3 citations were at $600. So people probably just pay. They just pay because it's half the cost. So that alone is unfair. But I truly think that people should be able to appeal their government and not have to incur all of these expenses, as Councilmember Knobloch had already identified earlier. So I certainly would be happy to second his motion on this one. Thanks.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and I will comment that that was a code enforcement action, and that wasn't just simply citations that was given to him. He worked that out with Adam Atamian, who is not on the, he's not on the meeting anymore. Is that correct, Mr. Sun? Mr. Atamian?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, he was not breaking the law. We've determined that.
Well, and I can speak to that. That individual was cited for operating without a business license as well. And the city worked with him to not have to appeal, and were able to settle an agreement that involved BBK to where those fees or those fines went away as long as he didn't continue that activity on the go forward.
I'm sorry, but I disagree. I saw that agreement. It was shared with me, and he was not operating a business.
So for me to vote yes on this, I need more information. I need to see, since the inception of this, what appellants have paid, how much have they paid, what was their crime, lack of a better word, what was their violation. So Councilmember Knobloch, I respectfully ask that we move this to our next meeting where staff could bring that information to us.
Well, I don't have any particular objection to that, Gene. It's an interesting question. How much have the costs been and what have we recovered? But I don't know that it's relevant to the issue at hand. Let's assume that there were a lot of costs recovered. What that means is we've required our citizens, when they had a legitimate beef with our government, to have to pay a lot of money. That would, if there were a lot, and I appreciate Eric suggesting he didn't think there were, it didn't come to mind. There probably it's de minimis, but it chills the effect of someone to say, I'm going to pursue my rights because, oh my God, if I do, I've got to pay.
If what they were appealing was egregious and ridiculous and they had to pay, I don't think I have an issue with that. If what they were appealing were reasonable things that occurred, and even if they lost, but it was a close call, and they then had to pay. I want to see how much they had to pay. I want to see what that violation was. And we can redact names, we can redact whatever identifying information there is, but I would like to see more information in regards to this than what was provided by staff.
Councilmember Noblock, will you accept that continuance?
I would like to hear if there are any other council member comments.
Can you repeat that?
Oh, I'd like to hear if anyone else has a comment, any other council members.
Well, I don't see any, but I would agree that we need more information because I haven't heard that this is a problem. And
well, it's not a problem because it hasn't been enforced, but it's a chilling effect so that people won't pursue their rights because there's a chilling effect in place. So I don't have a problem with having staff answer those questions, and we can bring it back at the next meeting. And
okay, Steve, I'm very inclined to vote with you on this, very inclined, but I just want more information.
Yeah, well, I have no objection to those questions being answered. So I will move. Then I'll amend my motion, Madam Mayor, to ask that this matter be brought back at the next council meeting.
Can you take a friendly amendment to bring it back in May instead of April 20th, because we have a lot on that agenda.
Well,
it's an interesting issue. Can it come back in May? Say
the first meeting in May.
The 5th, yeah. I believe.
Yeah, the first meeting in May is fine.
Okay, we just need a little more time on that. All right. So motion to continue this item to the first meeting in May. Mayor Pro Tem James, will you second that motion?
I will second it.
It's May 4th, May 4th, by the way, not the 5th.
Thank you.
Councilmember Duncan?
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson?
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James?
Aye.
And Mayor Ward?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Okay, the next item is item E. That's consideration of renewing the city net contract until the city's community outreach worker is hired and assumes his or her duties.
I brought this forward, Mayor Ward, and really it has to do with timing. I mean, we're a month or so out probably from being able to hire our homeless outreach worker based on the information I have. I just think that person would be able to better hit the ground running if there was some continuity leading up to them starting, and then instead of them just completely starting from scratch. So I wanted to see, we had voted before not to renew the city net contract for another month. I think that was about a month ago. So I just wanted to see if we could renew the contract for a month leading up to when our homeless outreach in-house person will be there, and that person will take over all those responsibilities. I don't think that it's much of a financial burden, but I have had some anecdotal reports that there's been increasing issues with the homeless without anyone to interact with them.
Okay, is there a council member that would second that motion?
We do have one public comment.
All right.
This item. This is from Donna Vidrine, and she writes, I am requesting the City Council to provide outreach services to our San Clemente homeless population until the outreach coordinator is hired with boots on the ground. This current interruption of outreach services for San Clemente homeless can be quite detrimental and disrupt progress achieved. If City Council will report on the progression of their homeless strategy, transparency will prevent the buildup of frustration and doubt about our leadership. The public can engage and continue open discussion on homeless issues for more effective problem resolution. What strategies has our county supervisors offered to our city? My understanding is the county is waiting on San Clemente City Council, San Clemente City leadership to identify a site for shelter and permanent supportive housing within our city. Supervisor Lisa Bartlett wants to work with San Clemente leadership to work collaboratively on solutions to homelessness with increased resources. Is the city working with Supervisor Bartlett to obtain funding and resources for San Clemente homeless and housing needs? Funding for those in need living on the streets, public spaces, and in their cars. These are persons and families in need of shelter and supportive housing. Outreach services are necessary to bridge San Clemente homeless with wraparound services to meet basic needs of food, housing, and health services. Thank you for addressing these issues with us concerned residents. This has been a significant problem identified by our city without good resolution for a few years now. Let's work together, a call to action for San Clemente city leadership, the county, businesses, churches, nonprofits, and concerned citizens.
And we have one final comment on this item from Tony Rubelino. Apparently, Councilman Duncan requested again to fund CityNet until we have a community outreach city employee in place. I know Councilman Duncan hasn't lived here in San Clemente for very long, so perhaps he's not aware of this history that has brought us to this point. I'll reiterate my previous comments on this topic that FAM attempted to provide outreach, and at one point in years past, citizens documented individuals who appear to be under the influence receiving goods from FAM's warehouse, as well as recipients of goods appearing to take their items, appear to be under the influence receiving goods from FAM's warehouse, as well as recipients of goods appearing to take their items into the canyons. Upon public outcry, the city then moved on to Mercy House and were promised a lot of great things to come. We were introduced to the face of outreach, only to then wonder where this individual was in real time. Several private citizens who have unofficially gathered information through their connections with the transient community led many to believe the new contract agency was generally MIA. This brings us to CityNet, who advocated for permanent supportive housing as a solution for the homeless population. Isn't this a failed model that provides housing without much in terms of accountability, rehabilitation, or other services to help direct an individual towards a more functional lifestyle? So no, please do not start funding CityNet after council already decided to not do so in the first place. I'm not sure if Councilman Duncan is attempting to pad his resume in his effort to climb the political ladder. Council, please do not support this agenda item and instead allow us to wait patiently for the city to hire its own outreach employee and to properly train them and deploy them with necessary resources. I would also ask that Councilman Duncan stop attempting to agendize this topic so other city matters can be handled. And that's all for public comments.
Oh, okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? You know,
what is?
I'll second that motion. We've gotten a lot of letters and comments that you know, the county, we thought the county would be doing some outreach, and it's not adequate. So I'm hoping that the council will reconsider adding, you know, CityNet as a gap measure until we've got someone here. I'm not sure we even know when that's going to happen. Mr. Sun, could you tell us where that recruitment is at?
Yes, Mayor. So we are in the planning stages of conducting oral interviews in the next 2 weeks. And so roughly kind of timetable wise, we're probably at least 2 to 3 months before that individual is on the payroll, so to speak, because there's first interviews, then there's second interviews, then there would be an offer process. That person has to give notice, et cetera, et cetera. But that's where we're at currently.
Okay. So with that information, you know, I think we need to have some outreach services. I think it's just going to take too long. There's background checks that has to happen, and we want to make sure that we hire the best person. And I think we had a lot of applicants for it.
You know, my issue is not so much having the resource to span when we have our in-house person. My issue is with CityNet, that I found them to be totally ineffective, and that is my concern. So if there were another contractor that would be willing to step in for whether it's 30 days or 60 days, whatever the case may be, I would be inclined to support Councilmember Duncan on this endeavor, but not CityNet. There lies my issue. My issue is not providing the service. I think we have to provide the service, it's sitting at never ever performed and maybe they didn't communicate well their performance, but all I know is there was never data brought to us to show that they did anything of any value. So I think the initiative to span until we have someone is a good initiative, but for me, I can't vote for sitting at that. There lies my issue.
So, Mr. Sund, is there like maybe a recommendation that we could get from our sheriff's department of an outreach that is working and that they work well with? I don't know if that's a possibility or we're looking for a unicorn.
Well, my thought coming off of Councilor Mayor Pro Tem Gene James's position is that Mercy House is currently a mobile outreach worker in the county via HEAP grants. So, you know, in essence, they're in our city on a limited basis because they're serving all of South County. That could be an option for us to look at, basically vamping up mobile outreach with Mercy House for that period of time until a community service outreach worker comes on board. Short of that, I don't know of any other outreach workers or organizations that would be somebody I could go to quickly.
Eric, what's the time frame again for the new person coming on board? 2 weeks, you say?
I'm estimating 2 to 3 months, Steve.
Oh, 2 or 3 months.
Yes, sir.
So
what did Gene, I'm trying to remember, Mercy House had probably a more robust system, but I'm wondering if we could pay them a little more to have them in our city more often than, you know, sharing them with the rest of the county.
I believe that would be feasible, Mayor.
And can you come back on the 20th with a solution there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Chris, are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's totally fine. Again, yeah, I have no affinity in particular for CityNet. It's just trying to make sure that we kind of set our own person up for success as much as we can.
I agree.
Okay. So this will be continued. Well, actually, we could say tonight, couldn't we, Mr.
Authorize Eric.
Yeah.
Direct you to do that, and then bring it back to us on the 20th.
I think Councilmember Ferguson has a comment.
Thanks so much, Councilmember Duncan. I just want to make a comment that I've been following up when residents contact me, or even myself out there doing my walks around town, my hiking, and the county's been really receptive. They've been out, and there's been some pretty severe situations, and I contacted Megan and Lisa Bartlett, Supervisor Bartlett's office, and she's sent folks out here, and it's been the residents were extremely pleased with the service provided. So you know, and it's repetitive in terms of contacting the folks and getting them to want to take resources. So I've been doing that not only with Supervisor Bartlett's office, but also Adam and Code Enforcement and Eric and the Sheriff's Department, and then also just calling the non-emergency number when I'm out and about when I see folks that need help. But it seems to be working pretty well. That's why I'm very satisfied at this point how things were going, but I'm receptive to seeing what staff brings back as well. Thanks.
Hey, Joanne, do you have enough for that? Or do you need a vote?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
All right. So we're now at item I. And that's delivery fee limitations and standards.
I think I had brought this up originally too, and I think I'd moved to table this. We got some feedback from our local business organizations that this was not a real pressing issue. So I don't know that we need to go into more depth now. I think if it does become an issue down the road, which maybe it won't because we'll get back to normal, there won't be as much delivery reliance for our restaurants. We can bring it back there, but I'm fine with tabling it if everyone else is.
All right, thank you, Mr. Duncan. I don't think we need any motion on that. If the person agendizing it wants to pull it or table it. Joanne, do you need a vote?
I think it would be good.
Okay, so we have a motion by
I'll second.
Councilmember Duncan to table this,
I'll second the motion.
second by Councilmember Noblock.
Okay, Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. The next item is oral communications part 2, and I don't have any cards unless the deputy city clerk has received something.
We have one comment from Thor Johnson. Please rescind the letter of support for the Los Patrones Parkway extension. Please do the right thing and represent your constituents, because no San Clemente resident, with the exception of one woman who wrote a support letter for LPPE, wants a toll road coming through our city, and LPPE is exactly that. LPPE connects the 241 toll road directly into our city, dumping all of the traffic from the 91, 15, 215 freeways, Riverside and San Bernardino counties, directly into Hermosa and Pico. You can call it LPPE and a county project all you want, but at the end of the day, the LPPE is the same exact project originally proposed by TCA, and it is the end of the 241 toll road right in our city. This is a disaster. The traffic, crime, and pollution will be devastating. Please immediately rescind the city's letter of support for the LPPE. And actually, we had one comment just come in from Lillian Brown. Please reevaluate the outdoor dining areas and the public right-of-way permitted to some of the restaurants on Del Mar. One of the worst abuses of this is in front of H.H. Cotton's, where they have turned one of these areas into a cornhole playing area, which is not what it was supposed to be intended for. And it is taking away parking from the post office. And that's all for oral communications part 2.
All right. Thank you.
The next item is 11A1, authorization to recruit to fill vacancies on city commissions and committees. And we do have one comment on this item.
Okay, go ahead.
Dear honorable council members, the Donna O'Neill Land Conservancy was established in 1990 as mitigation for development of the Talega community. This 1,200-acre property is owned by Rancho Mission Viejo. Approximately 1,000 acres sit within the county and 200 acres lie within Talega. For 20 years, the Conservancy was managed by a 9-member public board composed of ranch, county, and city representatives. I volunteered for the Conservancy and was appointed by the city to serve on the board. The Conservancy is one of the most valuable habitat areas in South Orange County. It's rich with wildlife and covered with native oak and coastal sage. The purpose of the Conservancy was to protect pristine habitat while providing managed public access. We did this by offering weekly programs for schools and the public while conducting biological surveys and eradicating non-native species like thistle. The biggest threat to the Conservancy during my tenure was the toll road. The original alignment was outside the Conservancy to the east, maps 1, 2, and 3. Later, the TCA shifted the road west into the Conservancy directly through the 200 acres inside Talega. The toll road's green alignment through Talega connected at Pico before proceeding through State Park to the freeway at Trestles, map 4. And all of these maps were emailed to you previously. This was the alignment that was denied by the Coastal Commission in 2008. At this time, the ranch asked the city to transfer its portion of the Conservancy to the reserve at Rancho Mission Viejo. The intention of the reserve's nonprofit board was to comprehensively manage the Conservancy and all the reserve open space lands. When I learned several county agencies were represented on this private board, but not the city, I became alarmed. By agreeing to the transfer as proposed, the city would lose its ability to publicly monitor and vote on activities that might affect our community, especially residents of Talega. Finally, in 2010, the city signed the transfer agreement in exchange for several conditions, of which 2 were key. First, establishment of a 12-member advisory Friends of the Reserve Commission. Meetings would be in public and include 3 members from San Clemente, an elected or appointed official, resident of Talega, and an at-large resident. Second, continued docent-led public access at historical levels, i.e. weekly programs, including access from Talega. I served as chair of the Friends of the Reserve until 2014, when I resigned because the RMV executive director stopped responding to requests to meet. The commission has been inactive ever since. However, excellent public nature programs have been ongoing at the Conservancy, though not always at historical levels. Recommendation. In the spirit of cooperation, my recommendation is to amend the agreement to give San Clemente 2 seats on the reserve at Rancho Mission Viejo's nonprofit board, including 1 elected appointed official and 1 at-large resident. Because the reserve's board meetings aren't public, we'd require its director to give a yearly presentation to council based on the reserve's latest annual report. I further recommend that 2 council members meet with the RMV Reserve executive team to discuss these issues of representation, public access, and transparency. I'm happy to provide further insights on the transfer agreement based on my many years of experience with the Conservancy and the Reserve. Kind regards, Patricia Holloway. And that's all for public comments on this item.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, before we start, what would need to happen for us to amend that agreement? I guess the recommendation first was to meet with the reserve to talk about access to the Donna O'Neill Conservancy and being on the board. I am concerned that it seems to have gone very quiet, and it's not just because of COVID. It's been going on for quite a few years. And I don't think that they, when we gave over and transferred our interest, it was with the idea that we would be on that board. So I think it is time to talk to them.
I don't know what the process would be for amending the transfer agreement. Maybe the city attorney can shed some light on that, but we were not successful. We did try to get some information as far as why is the group inactive, and
okay.
Well, the Conservancy, the Don O'Neill Land Conservancy doesn't exist anymore. It was merged into the reserve some probably 10 years ago. I served on the Don O'Neill Land Conservancy board, and I don't know why they're not active. It could be that their protocols and their public walks and their educational programs are in place and haven't had a need. But it seems to me that they ought to be meeting more frequently than the email indicated. But I'm willing to serve as the appointed official from the council to serve on that and get some answers on why they're not meeting, what's necessary to go forward.
Would you agree to meet? Would you agree to meet with Patricia Holloway, because she could be very beneficial?
Oh, I know Patricia. I'd be glad to talk to her. Sure.
Okay, I think that's a good place to start, and then I certainly think the ranch would be willing to meet on that issue. So I appreciate that, Steve. Laura, do you have a comment?
Thanks, Kathy. I do, and maybe I just wanted to say to Steve that maybe you can help get us access back, because after that merger happened, we lost access on the Talega side to the trails.
Right.
Yeah, I think Patricia's concerns are valid, and I'm glad we're going to look into them, because I think it's time to do that. And definitely the docent walks are important, and if hopefully they're looking at putting that back now, with the COVID restrictions, easing up, but I think we definitely need to talk about that. Okay, so we have that straightened out. So Madam Clerk.
Okay, so all of the terms of all commissions and committees in the city will expire June 30th. So I wanted to ask you to authorize me to recruit, to get applicants to fill the vacancies. And then if you'd like to schedule, I don't know whether you want to schedule 3 meetings. It's possible we'll have more applicants than normal because all the terms are expiring at the same time. 2 or 3 meetings at which to interview and make your appointments. And also, if you could let me know, do you want me to recruit for the 2 other positions on the Friends group at this time, or wait until you receive a report from Councilmember Knobloch?
I think we should wait on that, because then we'll know what we need.
Yeah, I'll get with them.
We have trouble recruiting those.
Yeah, I'll get back with them and get back to you before this process heats up for appointments.
So
I think we ought to have Talega representatives on it.
Patricia had suggested that 2 council members meet. If a council is amenable, since I live in Talega and actually go up on those trails too, I'd be happy to meet with Steve, with the representative, at least for the purposes of having that initial meeting.
No, I think that's a good idea. I think that's valid. Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
because all the commissions are expiring now, I think we have a unique opportunity to look beyond what this staff recommendation is right now. I think there's we need to look at the effectiveness of every commission and committee, what they're accomplishing, because we have to consider every commission and committee takes up a lot of staff time. And if we're not getting our bang for the buck for that staff time, I think we need to look at merging committees into, for example, I think Coastal Advisory could very easily fall into Beaches, Park, and Rec. That's just one thought. Mr. Sun, are you on? I don't see you. But I would like to get Eric's thoughts on this. Eric, what are your thoughts on, merging some of these committees? I'm going to get mail on this, but I'm thinking golf could fall under Beaches, Parks, and Rec as well. You don't criticize, you don't take on the golfers, but I think it's a valid question. Your thoughts, Mr. Sun?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Gene James. So yes, staff does support the idea or the concept of consolidating golf into the BPR commission. I will tell you that every commission requires staff time to administer that commission, be it the agenda, be it the minutes, be it the follow-up. And as the council is aware, we have added a number of new committees to our portfolio, if you will. And so I know, like in the case of Human Affairs, Public Safety, and the Homeless Committee, those are all being staffed by the community development staff, and it takes a lot of resources. So I think consolidation where it makes sense will be an efficient position for the city as it relates to the staff support, and the goals can still be met with one committee with both the goals of the BPR Commission and the Golf Committee.
In addition, excuse me, Gene, in addition to the committee consolidation, I think another important issue is the size of the committee. Our planning commission has 7 members, and I'm not sure that needs to be that large. And the subcommittees also. I mean, these committees advise us in the performance of our policy decisions, and I would suggest that prior to appointing people to these positions, we have one meeting in advance, at least one meeting, maybe more, but at least one, to discuss consolidation regarding the size and scope of the committee and even the decision-making process that they go through.
So with that in mind, Mr. Sun, could staff make a report to us, a staff report of things that could be done and maybe issues of like what Steve mentioned, the Planning Commission, why we have 7, how it works with the design review, what issues there would be going down to 5, just all information that we can get on these committees so that we can discuss that.
You'll remember, Kathy, that we did this 2 years ago. You and Dan sat on the subcommittee, but no, I think it's good.
It was a lot of work.
Right, it's like deja vu, but yeah.
I'm kind of like, Dan and I were like, why did we start this?
And we did get the mail, as Mayor Pro Tem James says, we did get the mail. So, right. But it's good to revisit it because we do have some new committees now. So it is a lot more demand on staff.
I guess I have a thought on the Planning Commission. If we reduce that to 5, that makes the Design Review Committee a 2-member design review committee, and I would like to also have the justification of why we have the design review committee. It's like I said, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I think we need to look at all options and start minimizing the amount of staff time we dedicate towards committees.
So I think we need all the info, Mr. Sund, of what they do and what they offer for us, just procedurally.
Absolutely. One thing I would note, and we did go through this as Councilmember Ferguson indicated about 2 years ago. Kathy, obviously you were on that subcommittee with Dan. I think it was the intent of the subcommittee and it was the intent of the staff to want to take planning commission from 7 to 5. However, a number of planning commissioners spoke against that. And so that at the end of the day really, stopped it. And I see Councilmember Knobloch smiling, and I know what he's going to say.
Smile.
I know what you're going to say is that the decision
No,
is made by the council. Well, yes, that I don't, but I want to be cautious that staff would support 7 or 5. And so I don't necessarily feel comfortable with staff making a recommendation, because then the committee members think it's staff's a direction, and that becomes a problem. But I would say that, we did limit all of the committees to 5 with the exception of planning commission. So I think there's some consistency there, and you have all 7 vacancies open. So the time to modify that committee is very ripe for the council. So I think if I hear correctly, we could come back, and again, I might need a couple of weeks beyond just the next meeting for the community development to put together what it means for the design review committee. If your planning commission goes to 5, we can also cite what other cities' planning commissions are, which was part of that original discussion 2 years ago. So we can show you what is more common. And again, 5 is more common with most planning commissions with government agencies. And then we can provide some recommendations for consolidation of golf and BPR. And I wanted to ask the council, are there any other thoughts that the council would like to direct staff to come back with some discussion points on any other consolidations or changes?
Maybe human affairs, right? Human affairs and the homeless. I think we need to streamline a little bit what we're doing, especially if we're bringing someone in-house.
So, and I know Steve had a hand up as well. Please, Mr. Knobloch.
Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you, Mayor Ward. One thing that does come to mind to streamline the committees and save staff some time is to how do we say this? Talking to Eric and Cecilia recently about how we streamline our development process. And I'm thinking if we had the staff make more of the decisions from a planning point of view, move some of the appeal levels down from the council to the planning commission to staff and to the zoning administrator, have the staff and the zoning administrator give them far more discretion than they currently have to make decisions. That might save a lot of planning commission time and ultimately our time. Just a thought. I don't know if that's a whole nother area, but I think it ties nicely into the staffing needs. So I'd like to see some analysis. Eric, if you and Cecilia have worked out any details along those lines, I'd sure like to know what your thoughts are there.
I agree completely, Councilmember Knobloch, and it would be good to segue that. And so in my head, I'm thinking, council, that we would have one report that really just focuses on the planning commission and some of the streamline that diminish staff needs, as Councilmember Knobloch said. And then on a second staff report, because I don't want to muddy the waters, we could come back with a recommendation of consolidation of the BPR and Golf Commission, and we can also look at the Human Affairs and the Homeless Subcommittee as a part of that consolidation as well. And that's something I want to talk to staff about, but we could bring that back for council discussion.
Okay, and the issue, Madam Clerk, is when do these positions expire?
Well, right now they expire June 30th, unless you want to extend it. When we went through the process 2 years ago, it was a long process. There was a subcommittee of council. We involved all the commissions and committees in the input. It requires an ordinance to change. It took a long time. It was probably 6 months, I think.
We worked on this for months.
Right, it was very long. So if there's going to be changes, then I think you would probably need to extend the term some more. I don't see, you would have to make the decisions, the ordinance would have to go into effect, and then I would recruit, because right now I wouldn't know what to recruit for.
And if I may add to the city clerk's comments and use planning commission as an example, you have all 7 seats open that expire the end of June, and basically their new term would start July 1. As having it bifurcated, when I come back to the city council on a report for the planning commission and the other comments that Councilmember Knobloch gave, hypothetically the council might say, okay, let's go from 7 to 5. Well, simultaneously, and correct me, Scott, you can give direction to the city clerk to begin taking applications for 5 seats while simultaneously we're going through the codification of changing that from 5 to 7. BPR commission in golf may take a little bit longer because there's more nuances to that codification if council was to be privy to that or want that. So that could take a little bit longer, but I agree that we'd probably have to look at some of the committees and give some extensions through summer so that we could work these out. But I think, if I'm hearing correctly, I think planning commission might be the #1 priority. And then another discussion item would be the consolidation of other committees, part 2 to that, if that's what the council feels is appropriate.
It's an interesting time because we changed all these committees and now they're expiring the end of June. As Laura said, we already had shook up the system pretty good, and we were starting all over in June. So if we change it, it's going to take some time, I think, to do that. So if we start with planning first, I almost think tonight we have to decide to extend them. I just don't see how timing we're going to be able to do this. I was ready tonight to look up my calendar, like when we're going to do the interviews. But if there's changes, I just don't see how this can happen we're going to budget season.
I think we can still interview people. I mean,
it takes a lot of time.
Yeah, I think we can still, and particularly planning. I think planning is the one thing we want to focus on, and we can focus on the others later. So the others, I would be okay with extending their commissions for 60 days. That would be through.
I think we need it past June. We've got budget, we've got a lot going on. I think extending them through August.
My concern there with the planning commission is we've got some big things coming up in regards to RENA numbers and the comments we're getting is the old planning commission shouldn't be making determinations on affordable housing. It should be the new planning commission. So I don't know. That's I get it, but I think we can really fast track the planning commission and have them seated by the 1st of July.
Okay. No, I see what you're saying about the planning commission. I'm just worried about all the commissions and trying to.
And the other commissions we can extend for 60 days.
Okay. I think we might need to say we're going to do that tonight.
And actually that would be a good process, because that way we can stagger the interviews we're going to be having and stagger those decisions.
That would be helpful. I would make one comment that I think it's actually beneficial to have the most experienced planning commissioners handling the arena and trying to help us with that than new people. But, I understand what they're trying to say. But we have some pretty experienced planning commissioners. And we're going to need to fight that. We're going to need some help on that. So, so tonight, can we say that we're going to extend the other committees, but we're going to ask for a staff report, I guess, in May sometime for the planning commission? And we think that we could make some changes and still get interviews maybe in June then.
Yeah.
For those committees. For July 1st, Jean, did you say? Good
Yeah.
time to start?
Yeah, to have, what I said was to have the new planning commission seated by the 1st of July.
Okay.
Ready to go the 1st of July.
And I think they're expecting that anyway.
And then the other commissions, we can sort out how we're going to streamline them and have them seated. Let me see, 1st of July, by 1 September.
Okay.
Boy, do we really need to stretch it out that far? Our original plan was to do this, to get this all done by June, and now we're going clear into September.
Well, the reason we're doing that is we need to make the actual appointments tonight to actually do the interviews. That's what this item is for. So if you're talking about doing changes and reconsidering things, that's why we're asking for more time.
Well, changes, think about the changes we're making. We're not making very many changes. We're talking about committee consolidation, and we're talking about potentially reduction in the size. We could still notify people that are interested in applying.
But we need the information of why we do it the way we do and how we could do it differently. That we need that information. We can't just.
And also consider we go dark. We go dark in July.
Is it
right?
July?
Or August? When do
I
we?
don't remember.
Eric, when do we go dark?
We, you canceled one meeting in July and one meeting in August.
So every other, yeah.
Right.
Okay. So, that's why we want to do it, Steve. Otherwise, we're trying to figure out tonight when we're going to do the interviews, and it's going to take a while to interview for each committee. It takes a while.
And I usually recruit for about 6 weeks.
So we actually need that time if we're going to consider changes. I think everyone deserves that, that we give some thought to this of what we're going to do. So I would be for, like you said, doing the planning commission and then saying tonight that we're going to extend the other ones and then stagger how we bring them back.
Are we going to say tonight we're reducing planning from 7 to 5?
No, they're going to bring that back to us.
Okay,
the staff report so that we can
okay.
decide that. And then once we decide, she can do the recruitment for that. I'm assuming we already have some council members and maybe some or planning commissioners and maybe some new. But I think July 1st we could reasonably do the planning commission. I'm just not sure about all the other ones. I don't think we can do it with our time off too.
You mean having them interviewed and appointed to take office and begin doing the job by July 1?
Yes, for planning commission.
Right.
Right. So staff will bring us back a staff report sometime in May. We'll make a decision and then
interview in June.
Joanne can do recruitment. And there was some talk that it could be simultaneous, while we're talking about it. So we can figure that out. But first, staff has to bring us back a staff report. Okay, so, but I'm looking for a decision on the rest of the committees of continuing them, extending their.
I think 60 days for the other. That way we could finish off the planning and then start in on the other interviews.
Okay.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, do you just need direction on that? Or do you need a vote?
No, I have the direction on that. Do you want to schedule a date for interviewing the planning commission applicant?
Okay, so everyone, you got to get out your phone and look up. If we had it come back, say the second meeting in May, that would be the 18th is the council meeting. We could schedule sometime in June the interviews, and then they would be seated by July 1st. So I'm looking at June.
A special meeting for interviews?
No, we usually, we could do a special meeting since it's all 5 or 7 of them, we could do that. A lot of times we try to come in, an hour or two early before a council meeting or before something else for the budget. But since we're doing the entire commission, it probably would be a good idea.
I'm wondering on the ordinance, if you introduce it, say the second meeting in May, and then adopt it the first meeting in June, then if you reduce the membership, then it goes into effect July 1st. But if there's any delay, I should just point out that when we went through the process a couple years ago, there were a lot of delays because the commissioners started providing input. But in a perfect world, this would work. I just want to point that out to you.
Yeah.
We're not perfect.
I think that's how the committees got extended, Jean, because we needed more time. And we worked on it for quite a long time. So we can shoot for that, but they may not be seated by July 1st. I don't see the hurry that they have to be July 1st if we don't meet that something's happening. That
let's shoot for July 1.
We can try, but knowing that, it might get continued. So I'm not hearing council put out any dates that they're available for interviews in June.
On a date other than a council meeting?
Yeah, our council meetings are pretty long. We've got a lot going on and we're in budget.
And planning commission, we usually get more applicants than any of the other commissions and committees. So
yeah.
How about Thursday, June the 4th?
I'm going to be out of town, out of state that day, but 6th and 7th of June works good.
It's a council meeting.
On the 1st.
On the 8th.
Oh, on the 8th?
Oh, no. I'm sorry. It is not. Sorry.
Second, right?
Yeah. It's the June 1st.
June 1st.
Is the council meeting. So June 8th, what's going on June 8th? I don't have an issue with June 8th.
7th or 8th works for me.
Anyone else?
I'd prefer the 8th. I teach on Monday nights.
Okay. Laura, could you do the 8th?
Yes, I can.
6 p.m.
Okay. Yeah, we need to give them time if they're coming from work. So.
Yeah, I can do the 8th at 6
Okay.
p.m.
So June 8th at 6 o'clock. Planning Commission interviews.
And Eric, Veronica will send something out.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm just putting it down just in case. Okay. So Joanne, do you have enough? Number 3, the Friends of the Reserve, we kind of took care of that with Councilmember Duncan and Councilmember Knobloch meeting with Patricia and kind of looking into that.
Yeah, and number 2 on that was an actual appointment to the Reserve Commission. So I would like to be on that Reserve Commission, but prior to the meetings or concurrently, Chris and I can meet with the Reserve folks and try to get a handle on what's going on out there.
Yeah, we need to find out. Right now, we don't have anyone
Right.
on that committee.
Right.
And so
do I need a resolution or a vote to show up as a member of that commission?
What I usually do is send a letter to the Laura, what is her name? I can't remember, but the head of the reserve. I'll let her know.
Okay.
Holly Eisenberg, I believe is her name.
Oh.
You're the representative and Councilmember Duncan will be assisting. Is that right?
Right. He could be
alternate
backup on that.
Yeah,
and if we get
I
2
think
committee members, then, on that commission, then.
Well, I don't think the reserve, if I recall the rules of the reserve, you don't get a choice on how many members you get. It's set in cement. We could ask for modification, but I don't think to.
If you look at Patricia Holloway's letter, she had a recommendation on that.
That's a citizen recommendation. That doesn't change the rules of the reserve, but yeah.
Right, the transfer agreement says one elected or appointed official, and that's you. One, we're entitled also to one at-large city representative and one resident of Talega.
Who do we have now besides Patricia?
We don't have any.
Lori Gooch is currently the Talega representative, but her term expires June 30th.
Okay.
Yeah, she's been doing a great job. She usually comes to council and gives us updates on that. Since we're in COVID, we don't get that.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, Chris lives in Talega, so that might be a natural thing.
All right. So I don't see anything more to do on 11A.
Okay. Okay, then moving on, city manager.
Thank you, City Clerk. Very briefly, two things. We'll be sending out a press release tomorrow. We have now begun the process of taking Zoom appointments for our building and permit counter. And we posted on our website yesterday this option, and then the press release will follow today. And I'm already proud to say we have our first appointment tomorrow morning. I heard from the community development staff that an individual called in, didn't know what they needed, but they know they needed to pull a permit. And they were able to get a slot to talk to all of the stakeholders in the planning department and public works. And so we'll get that press release out, but it's a great step forward to add additional customer service to the city as we begin to reopen up, as we've talked about. And then also at our next meeting, as I've indicated, we will be open for the public to come and give public comments at the community center. It's important to note that you will now have the option of coming in person, but the email option will no longer be available since we'll allow people to come and provide their 3 minutes of public comment. And with that, I hope everyone had a great Easter and thank you.
I have a question. So city manager, can you comment on train horns?
Oh, actually, thank you. Thank you. I forgot the biggest issue of the day. So on late Friday, the FRA sent notice to the city of San Clemente that the safety board had approved the city's waiver for the PAWS pedestrian audible warning system. We were granted a 3-year waiver. We originally had a 5-year waiver, which was granted in 2015 and expired in April of 2020. However, we were given 3 years. The appropriate stakeholders have been notified and they have 21 days to come into compliance with that waiver. And those stakeholders being Metrolink, OCTA, BNSF, et cetera, for rail operators. And so in the press release that was posted yesterday, it indicated the date, and it's escaping me right now, the date of when the horns will go quiet.
26th of April. 26th of April?
I believe that is correct, council member. 26th of April. Yes, that is correct. So they will stop at noon on April 26th.
Hallelujah.
And so, and as the press release indicates, we've put a number of protective measures in place, both from an operational and maintenance standpoint, as well as I've already put in my calendar a 1.5 years before the expiration of the 3 years that we proactively begin the renewal process with the FRA. So I appreciate that, and thank you for bringing that up, Mary.
And if I may suggest something, I think one of the things that we should have, and this is not an original thought, this is a result of a conversation I had with Lori Donchek, to be very honest. I think one of the things we need to have is we need to start collecting safety data. So at the end of, not at the end of the 3 years, but maybe like at 2.5 years, we present, we start presenting our safety data to the FRA. Safety data would include any strikes that we've had, any suicides, any trespassing, and additionally, I think we need to show that we have a robust rail safety program. And what I mean by that is, pamphlets that maybe our RSVPs hand out pamphlets that our park rangers, our code compliance officers, and we keep track of when we have interactions that are safe, proactive safety interactions. So when we get to that period of time where we're going to present to the FRA a renewal of our waiver, that we have data. We have data showing how proactive we were, how engaged we were, and I think that will go a long ways.
Those are great ideas, Mayor Pro Tem, and we can incorporate those into our maintenance plan that we report back to on an interval basis with the FRA and Metrolink.
And I would suggest that we create a semi-annual report to council so we can see what our safety program looks like.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have to report, Mayor.
Okay, City Attorney,
Yeah, nothing more to report tonight, Mayor Council.
council members.
I have something. I have a
Mayor
couple.
Pro Tem first, and then Councilmember Ferguson. Go ahead.
All of our dear friend, Bill Hart, has been in the hospital for quite some time, and he's gone through an enormous amount of blood, and there's going to be a blood drive, and I have his permission to talk about this. There's going to be a blood drive at the outlet mall, and thank you to Steve Craig, and thank you for Susan for allowing us to use the outlet mall. It's going to coincide with Cars and Coffee, which is one of Bill's favorite events, with his vintage green Porsche. And it's going to be on the 24th of April, and it's going to start at 8 p.m. We've had an amazing response.
Gene, did you say 8 p.m. or a.m.?
Excuse me. Thank you for correcting me. 8 a.m. That'd be an interesting blood drive at 8 p.m. I'd have too much alcohol in my system to give. The 8 a.m. And I think we have 50. We're approaching 50 appointments right now. But there is going to be the ability to walk in, and the appointments I think are all full. But the other thing you can do is go to www.mysdbb.org. That stands for My San Diego Blood Bank. So mysdbb.org, and you can register to go give blood anywhere in Bill's name. That's so, or you can contact me, and I will lead you to where you need to go. That's all I have this evening. Thank you.
Okay, Council, I actually have something. And staff, I'll need some follow-up on this. I was notified from the mayor of Laguna Beach that they are going to be doing a storm drain project on PCH. It's going to start soon, and PCH is going to be channeled down to one lane. And they wanted an advisory sent out that all drivers should avoid Laguna Beach. But I don't know the dates. So can I ask that staff reach out to Laguna Beach staff and find out when that project, the details on it, and we get that information out?
Absolutely, Mayor. I actually experienced it today. So the construction is started, and PCH is narrowed down to one lane each way at the Broadway intersection. And so it's definitely a little bit of a traffic snarl, but we'll be able to connect with Laguna Beach tomorrow and get that out via social.
Okay. I didn't realize it was so imminent. I heard it last week and I thought it was coming in a few weeks. So we need to get that information out, because
Absolutely.
I think people would like to know that they should avoid, it's a great big section of PCH right in the center of town. So it's going to affect anyone trying to drive through there.
Will do.
All right, thank you. Is there any other council comments? All right, so, okay, go ahead, Councilmember Noblock.
I just wanted to ask about our freeway on-ramps, the trash and the debris on the freeway on-ramps for the south end of town and north. Almost every area is just really bad. It really looks tacky. I know that that's Caltrans jurisdiction, but is there some way we can maybe with a volunteer group in town? It's not a complicated, time-consuming deal to walk these ramps and pick up the debris. With maybe an orange mess. I don't know what we can do, but I'd like to see if there's anything we can do locally besides calling maybe our local rep and have Caltrans do this. Eric, what do you think? I just think it looks so terrible. I'm tempted to park my car and get a trash bag and walk along there and just pick, the length and just pick the stuff up. It looks terrible.
Understood, Councilmember Knobloch. We can reach out to Caltrans tomorrow to see if we can work with them collaboratively on some type of volunteer program to be able to clean on those off ramps or on ramps. And so we'll reach out tomorrow, and then either myself or another staff representative from Public Works will circle back with you to let you know the findings.
Yeah, we volunteer pick up on the beach. We could with orange jerseys and proper conage, maybe we just do the off ramps as well.
We'll definitely look into it.
They could be a big improvement.
And Steve, I wanted to let you know that Caltrans now has all of their reporting is online. So you have to go, even the city manager would have to do it, go online and report those off ramps. I've done it with weeds and trash, and it actually works where they show up, but they will not take a phone call.
Okay.
So just
Online.
to let you know, I think they did that starting last year.
That's good to know. Is there any way we could do a link on our website to say, just to let people know that they, that
Where
they
to
can
report
click on
trash
that?
to?
Absolutely.
Not
Absolutely.
a bad idea. Okay.
And I'll reach out to our district director to see what options we have from a volunteer standpoint as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, and procedures, Eric, how it gets done. Okay, so
I do have one more thing for this.
Okay, I did have something too.
Laura,
Go ahead.
I forgot my own item for a moment.
Councilmember James, can you wait one moment?
Yeah, I can. Go, please.
All right, go ahead, Laura.
Thanks. I just wanted to request to agendize if it's necessary. If it's not, then we can just decide now. But it was just to just improve the transparency of some of the agenda reports. In fact, just go back to the practice that indicates the account strings on the recommended action at the end of all the agenda reports. We used to have a recommended action that always had to include an account string. So where the funds are coming from, if there's a council expenditure, and where they're being transferred to for that expenditure. And it always showed the balance of the fund in which the funds were transferred from. So that always provided a lot more fiscal transparency for us. So we always knew where monies were coming from. And I'm mentioning that just an example of tonight's reports and recommended actions. You don't see the account numbers of where the funds are coming from or going to. So I wanted to go back to that, and then also just make sure that we always have contracts attached to agenda reports when we're spending money, and again, include the account strings on those as well, just to provide more transparency for us as council members and for the public that are reading our reports and watching our meetings. So that would be my recommendation, either to come to the next meeting on the 20th of April, or if we could do that now administratively, that's great. Thanks.
So, Mr. Sund, I know that those accounts are when they're necessary, because I remember the council members having to read the account, the funds and account numbers. So is it just sometimes that we're doing a contract and we'll have to, in the resolution, read that?
No, I think so. I think just to clarify, when we're asking for an appropriation or a transfer of monies, we always indicate the account that we're starting with and the account that we're transferring it to, or the appropriation. I think one of the new elements that Councilmember Ferguson brought up was to include the balance of those accounts, which we can certainly do, but I have to give the disclaimer that those balances may not be 100% accurate because they could have pending payments that haven't been encumbered. They could have a number of other variables that don't reflect the exact balance. But nevertheless, if that was council's direction, not a problem. With regards to the contracts, the council has approved a standard set of template contracts. So going forward, every contract will be the same template, if you will. However, I think to Councilmember Ferguson's comment, the scope of services and the schedule of fees is something that we fill in thereafter. And I think it's a reasonable request that when we have an agenda that has an item recommended for a contract, that we can include that contract. There are going to be times that sometimes we don't have the time for a contract to be attached because we're moving fast, but we can definitely set the goal up that in most cases we can include a draft contract with the agenda report if the council so chooses to.
Okay. Do we really need a vote on that? It just is a request.
I'd like it to be a request. That would be great, but I'm bringing it up today because anytime I do request for any kind of improvements, it's my response is to bring it up with my council colleagues. So I'm doing that tonight.
Okay. So you are, again, the balance will be difficult to rely on. I would even agree with that it's not going to be
the balances change daily, but
yeah,
whatever the latest record is important to add. I would say on those contracts, I would like to see them. Those templates that have been approved were not very many. They were. I wouldn't rely on the templates to assume that any new contract matches completely. I'd like to see literally every contract that we're being asked to sign. And if you're in a hurry, I think we're too much of a hurry if we can't attach a contract that we're signing. So I think in the past, Eric, you've said it's available in the city clerk's office. I think in a real emergency time frame, I don't have a problem with that. But on a regular basis, I'd like to see every contract.
Okay. Council, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I have one more thing.
One more. Go ahead.
So Governor Newsom announced today we're going from orange to green in the middle of June. And he's locked down orange. We're never, we're not going backwards. And the infection rates are dropping. And the 4th of July is but 90 days out. And this town, this nation, but this town has gone through hell for the last 16 months. And I would like to see a full-fledged 4th of July Independence Day celebration. And I know it, we rely on OCSD to provide the security and law enforcement for that. But there are certain tasks like standing next to a barricade. We could hire a $15 an hour security guard to do that. I think, I would like to see Mr. Sun come up with a plan for a full-fledged 4th of July fireworks at the pier and just and celebrate not only this country's freedom, but celebrate the fact that we're stepping out of this COVID pandemic. Mr. Sun, your thoughts? You're muted.
I can definitely come back with a plan and communicate that at the council. And if the council would be so kind as we could add that as a new business item at the next meeting, and we could do a verbal presentation to the council on our recommendations for that.
Can I get a second?
I also wanted to note we already approved the funding for what was it, Eric, a 3-year contract for fireworks?
I believe so. Yeah, it was a multi-year fireworks contract. So we already have the contractor in place.
Perfect. I love the idea, Mayor Pro Tem James, to return to the pier.
So looking forward to that report. So Councilmember James, Mayor Pro Tem, will you please do an adjournment? You have that in front of you.
Absolutely. So I make a motion to adjourn. The next regular council meeting is scheduled to take place on April 20th, 2021. Closed session items will be considered at 5 p.m. and the regular business meeting will commence at 6 p.m. Council members will meet via teleconference and/or in person at the Community Center Auditorium located 100 North Seville, San Clemente, California.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Noblock.
Councilmember Duncan,
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem James,
Aye.
and Mayor Ward.
Aye.
Carries by vote.
All right.
Have a
Good night, everyone. See you on the 20th.